Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG. And we made it. We have arrived. It's here. It's 4 hours and 27 minutes until the podcast, and I believe 27 minutes until the patch notes arrive. Now, I don't know if you saw the communication yesterday. The patch notes are 100 pages. 100 pages long. Oh my gosh. We're also 6 days until season 2 drops. 100 pages long. We have a week to read it. Better get started. Well, they haven't dropped them yet. How many hours of patch notes? Lots of hours of patch notes. Lots of hours. I know it's crazy. I read fast, but Jesus, right? It's gonna be a long day. We are going to go through the patch notes. Cool shirt. You like my last Epoch hoodie today? Well, I figured, you know, we're podcasting. We're podcasting, so I might as well rock that. Patch notes are up already. They're not up yet. Patch notes drop in T-minus 26 minutes. I think 26 minutes. I also had to, like, get my headphones out today. When you're podcasting, you got to be professional and have your headphones so you don't make an echo. So I'm just doing that now. I know it's a little different. It'll be okay. Diesel, how are you doing? Honestly, everybody, every stream I start with like saying hello and good morning. I can't believe how many people are here. Panther, Toasted, Dragon Twins, Bob, Faye, Freedom, Ivan, Warlord, Nox, Nixie, Josh, hello. Hello. Who else is here? Frit, Cute Dog, hello. All right, let's go over to Twitch. Zallard, Tea Time, Midnight, Trevor, Lord Firecrotch, Sarona, my Sarona, Bunny, hello, Solo Cup, yo, West, good morning. Who else is here? Wookie, Wind Fury, Time of Gaming, Panda, Wiki Wow, Minion, hello, QG, Elite, oh my gosh, Epic, Raid Boss, Amber, Clink, Wozen, Goose. There's too many people. Good morning. Beer, hello. Tricked. Hi. Let's see. Stormy Night, hello. There's so many people. Shin, hello. Oh, hey, we can watch this quick video. I already got it queued up for everyone. You guys ready to do some racing?
With the release of Tombs of the Erased, I am proud to announce a collaboration with Shopify Rebellion. We are bringing you a new competitive event in Last Epoch. The first 5 players to kill Uber Abroth in hardcore solo account found is going to pick up cash prizes. And number 1 is getting $5,000. 11 Hour Games is also giving out 5 Vovan Legend supporter packs to the top 5. Please make sure that you read the document in the description for eligibility and information on the prizes. To participate, all you have to do is make a character in hardcore solo account found and go kill Uber Abroth. And 11 Hour Games has also helped us get tracking, so there will be a global alert for the first kill. I hope you guys enjoy this event. Good luck, and go kill Uber Abroth. 5.
You guys ready for this? Who's going to be the first person to kill Uber Aberoth? Who's going to do it? Zizarin dropped this video this morning. Not you. Yeah, no crap. Not me. I'm not even eligible, even if I wanted to be a part of it, because I am in the CT program. Me, pass. Hey, people, what's up, big guy? Not I, because screw hardcore. So there is a strategy to this. Uber Aberoth is available in Legacy. So what you would do is you would make 2 identical characters, 1 hardcore solo self-found on season, 1 Legacy. And you would fight him over and over and over and over and over and over and over again on Legacy until you're like, okay, this fight's easy. Then you jump over to season on your hardcore solo self-found and take him down. He said, I don't know why I'd play LE when I know PoE is better. Zizarin said that? Is that a quote from Zizarin you're saying? How many hours do you think it would grinding? Oh, Ben? Ben said that. How many hours of grinding would it take? I mean, with all the new, I don't know. Probably not as long as you think. Probably not as long as you think. It's a Ben quote. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That was not a Zizarin quote. It was a Ben quote. It was a Ben quote. Probably not as long as you think. If you know how to speed run the campaign, you could do it in 2 hours. So you've got your idols and your passives and your starting monoliths. With the new Envy glyph, you get through regular monos, you know, in an hour. You're blasting monoliths. Hour 4. Yeah, who's Ben? Oh, yeah, it's Ben Diesel. I'm sure you could do it. Do you have a video on what builds you recommend for 1.2? No, all the build recommendations and updated builds will be dropping after the patch notes drop. Which, by the way, the patch notes, I believe, drop in 19 minutes. And we will start, before we start reading the patch notes, supposedly there is a 20-minute video from EHG. So we will watch the 28-minute video, or the 20-minute video together, and then we'll do it. Wait, then what's the timer? The timer is for the podcast. The timer is for the podcast. So, Tour of the Erased is today. Me and Frosty LaRue are bringing on 4 people from EHG. Judd, Ross, Mike, and Carve. So there will be 6 of us for the Town Portal podcast. Yep. Aaron, what are the surprises for the podcast? I've got some stuff to show off that you've never seen before. Is Frosty streaming from the hospital? Don't, Frosty, the baby's isn't coming yet. At 10 in the evening? 10 in the evening? Oh, I guess, Ronnie, it depends where you live. This is 2 p.m. for me. He will show the stream client. There's no stream client, guys. Question 1. So, guys, do you know PoE2 would crap the bed? Oh, geez. EU, it's 10. Got it. We want leaks. We're about to go through 100 pages of patch notes, which, by the way, it's not even
Please
possible.
make sure
It's not even possible to get through them all. Carve might show the developer's client. We're ready if Carve wants to show off the developer's client. We're ready. I think we're ready. Not enough? You want 200 pages? 200 pages of patch notes or bust? Hey, Kiko. Are you ready? You know, even though you guys don't give me a lot of credit for it, I can consider myself a very honest person. Even my wife this morning is like, you're a little nervous. I could tell. I was like, I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous. It's just so much more than I've ever done. I feel like you were super busy today. You will be super busy today? Yeah. Another AA Ron. Will we be able to kill white mobs in this game? You will be. Patch notes should drop in 16 minutes. 16 minutes. Just imagine yourself standing in front of thousands of people. No. It's actually... it's not the amount of people watching that makes me nervous, is that I am solely in charge of managing 6 cameras, 6 audio levels, 3 different scenes, including 22 other things to show off, including managing, you know, chat and questions. It's just... And we didn't get to do a dry run. So it's just like a lot of... It's actually a lot of technical stuff. He's got this. I got it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Nervous as hell. I'm selling a supplement store and pivoting to a gold company. So, first leak. 22 new things to show off. Wait, I didn't mean... I didn't mean 20. Oops. I didn't mean it like that. Wait. That's Last Epoch merch. I do have a Last Epoch hoodie and an EHG hat. Yes. Do you know if they'll be accepting people in the community tester program? I don't know. Confirmed. Aaron is a big old leaker. I think I'm allowed to leak anything today, right? Isn't that something? How do we get a hat and hoodie? I don't know. Oh, baby, I'm excited. Hello, sir. Is it true that when I make an offline character, it updates for the new season? Yes. OMG. Hey, OMG. Hey, I did see some news today that PoE2 is going to allow Ascendancy respecking, which we all knew they were going to do. I thought you were going to make a video about the video and then come online. I woke up this morning and I was like, this is so silly. We're going to watch the video together anyways. So I might as well just get the stream going and then I could do the video later. Can you just let us buy the capybara now? You want it now? Yes, guys. Today I've got 22 different video clips to show off. Never seen before for the podcast. We will also be showing off some never seen uniques. It's going to be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. Oh, yeah. When is that? Podcast kicks off in 4 hours and 12 minutes.
Internet 26 hype.
TV Zo, thank you. I'm wondering about a reaction to a certain unique. I don't know which one. You got to send me a DM. I don't know which one you're talking about. Everybody, patch notes should drop in 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Tahoe, thanks for the sub. What are you guys doing? Guys, it's too early for Polka. Do we really have to do it? Guys. Yes? If anybody is new to the channel here at Action RPG, if there's ever a level 2 hype train, the polka must flow until the hype train is over. So you guys better buckle up for a minute.
Are you ready to polka?
Here it is. Written in the bylaws on the channel in polka blood. It can't turn off until
Early
the hype
morning
train is
polka.
over. Patch notes. Thanks, guys, for the sub. Patch notes should drop in 11 minutes. Seriously, Aaron, can we get some Last Epoch clothing? I don't control that. I also started a new giveaway. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. Today we'll give away a free copy of Last Epoch. Steam giveaway is up. Free copy of Last Epoch will go out today. For the Season 2 subathon, are there any milestone goals? Oh yeah, we have daily goals and milestone goals. And it's it's not capped. The one people want the most is Aaron getting on an airplane and flying to Georgia to go fishing with Hog. I live in the great state of Idaho. Sounds like country music from a country, but we don't call it polka. 704, thank you so much. Cyrus, you're it probably feels the same as it is now. Listen, everyone, during the podcast, we demand polka. The polka can't turn off until the hype train is over. We're already at level 4. Does the Weaver faction work separately from COF and merchants? Yes, you will now have 3 factions. So your three factions are Merchants Guild, the Harbingers, whatever their name is, and the Woven. Forgotten Knights. By MG, he means COF, maybe. Forgotten indeed. This song always reminds me of the Jungle Book. OG Jungle Book with King Louis. All right, everybody, 3 more minutes of polka. That song reminds me of Princess and the Frog. Five minutes until patch notes. 5 minutes. The podcast timer is at the top of screen. Podcast starts at 4 hours and 4 minutes. 4 hours and 4 minutes is Tour of the Erased podcast. 11th Hour Games will be joining me and Frosty. Kiko is gifted 5 subs to the channel. Aaron, you've already seen the patch notes, so you know what questions to ask. I can't remember. I can't remember if I've seen them. He's a bad actor. What are you talking about? Liar. What? Stop leaking. Sure, you shill. Nargayo, what's up? I'm totally convinced he forgot them. I did. Not that I've seen him, so I don't... It's going to be a nice, fresh look. Everyone. Patch notes in 3 minutes. Yeah, we'll watch the LE video right at the beginning. Come on. Just in case anybody's new here, the polka must flow until the hype train is over. We're at 5 right now. Yeah, we'll walk through the patch notes after we watch the 20-minute video. Right now, I'm considering starting a Summon Bear Beastmaster Primalist for the new season. There's a 20-minute video that's about to hit from EHG, which I haven't seen. I really haven't seen it. I tried to get them to send it to me. They wouldn't do it. I mean, I didn't try to get them to send it to me. I haven't seen it. Sure. Video is up.
You're introduced to the Woven.
Hold on to your butts.
This is from last Epoch? What is going on over there? No patch notes yet. No patch notes yet.
Hello, travelers. I'm Judd Kobler, game director for Last Epoch and founder of 11th Hour Games. I'm excited to tell you more about the long-anticipated content coming in Season 2, called Tombs of the Erased, releasing on April 17th. For Season 2, we took more time and focused on the things that our players were telling us they'd like to see next, like expanding the endgame, more content variety, balance, and more. Season 2 is truly a massive update, and there's plenty to cover, so let's dive in. In Season 2, you are introduced to the Woven, a new in-game faction. Their followers worship the Weaver, a titan who seeks to create a new world free from the void and other imperfections. When
Patch notes just dropped. I got them for after the video.
exploring the Monolith of Fate, you'll encounter procedurally generated tombs and cemetery side zones, in which the Weaver has been experimenting with souls and memories to make her new world. The Woven seek to perfect the Weaver's design by sending the Traveler to the tombs and cemeteries to cull her flawed creations. These tomb and cemetery side zones are the foundation for interacting with our new in-game systems in Season 2. Inside these zones, you'll find the Woven, who have captured souls for the Weaver and wrapped them in cocoons. Breaking these cocoons open will release the souls, which will then flee and possess nearby enemies.
They're face huggers. You blow up the cocoon and it face hugs, and then they turn possessed.
Possessed enemies gain new abilities and increased health and damage, and when slain drop Memory Amber, a new currency used in the Weaver faction. You'll want to collect as much Memory Amber as you can throughout the zones. Tombs and cemeteries will end with a unique boss fight that, if completed, will reward you with the ability to access the Woven Enchanter, which can enchant one of your class-specific idols. Enchanting an idol via the Woven Enchanter will add a new affix of a random tier and an amount of Weaver's Touch. Weaver's Touch is converted to randomly upgrade the affix applied and/or add an additional affix to the idol that can also be upgraded if there's additional Weaver's Touch to be converted, much like the Weaver's Will mechanic. These may have up to 2 enchanted affixes total. This conversion of Weaver's Touch happens as you gain experience while having the idol equipped. The first enchantment of an idol is free. Re-enchanting the same idol costs Memory Amber each time and re-rolls a new enchantment affix, replacing the previous affixes.
So when you're enchanting your idols, and I'm not, this is kind of like slot machine crafting. You can't actually determine what comes on it. But if you have a perfectly rolled idol, you could just keep re-enchanting it over and over and over and over and over again, because all it does is cost Memory Amber. So sooner or later, you'll literally have perfect idols.
To keep non-class idols competitive, we've added new idol subtypes with more powerful modifiers as well. Completing a cemetery, the larger of the 2 types of side zones, will also give access to an altar of the Weaver. Altars are used to place.
Yes, I'm seeing a lot of questions come in. Patch notes just dropped. This is the video with the patch notes. So we're going to watch the video, then cover the patch notes.
The Weaver's constructed realities into the Echo Web, which take form as and are called Woven Echoes. Woven Echoes are a new special itemized type of echoes, glimpses into the Weaver's new world that introduce a lot of exciting new content and rewards to Last Epoch's endgame. These drop from enemies within tombs and cemeteries and can be purchased from the Woven faction NPC.
So this is a new area. They've never shown this yet, but this will be a new area you'll be at a lot.
Woven Echoes will provide new challenges and objectives, such as access to brand new bosses like the Draw Queen and Ignixeros the Antipote Dragon, or enhanced versions of existing bosses like Majasa with new abilities, and even an Uber
Majasa coming to the end game
version of the pinnacle boss Aberoth introduced in Season 1. But beware, defeating Uber Aberoth is only accomplishable by the most skilled players and powerful characters in Eterra.
I'm sorry to keep pausing. They really made Uber Aberoth a challenge. Like, I would venture to guess 0.001. It's hard.
There are many powerful rewards tied to Woven Echoes, such as unique forges giving you special ways to craft items not found anywhere else in the game, access to new unique items only found by defeating these bosses, and even ways to accelerate in-game progression for alt characters by
switching sides.
Bringing a timeline's corruption up to match the corruption of another character's timeline. We'll go over some Woven Echoes momentarily. So far, there are 30...
What? The beach? What is this? What's this? Echo audio? All right, I'm going back to the other side.
37 different types of Woven Echoes being introduced with Season 2, and more to come. Once you've found and completed your first cemetery, you'll catch the attention of Mask, the Weaver's High Priest, who will bring you to the Haven of Silk to tell you more about the Woven and then invite you to join them. Joining and gaining rank with the Woven will allow you to unlock more Woven Echoes and give you access and points to spend in the new Weaver's Tree. The Weaver's Tree allows you to influence the encounters and rewards in the Monolith of Fate, providing more agency over your in-game experience. Some options include having a chance for Arena Echoes to be replaced with Super Arena Echoes, which contain champion enemies, or having items with Weaver's Will be rolled twice and keeping the higher value of the two, or sometimes letting a Shade of Orbis ambush you in your Echoes for additional drops and challenge.
They've basically added the Butcher, but instead of a Butcher, you're just running Echoes, and there's a chance out of nowhere a Shade of Orbis pops out.
Some key nodes allow items and woven echoes to be imprinted into the tree, yielding different effects. Like imprinting a woven echo, giving it a chance to spawn in your echo web without placing it via the altar of the Weaver in cemeteries. Or imprint an item to make it so that an item of the same type and rarity is granted as an additional reward when completing echoes. Or imprint an item and there will be a chance for enemies in regular echoes to drop a pile of items similar to the imprinted one. There are many fun and exciting options in the Weaver's Tree that allow you to shape your end-game experience and loot hunt. We can't wait to hear your feedback. Now that we've covered the basics, let's talk about a bit more of the interesting itemization and crafting options coming with Season 2, largely enabled via these woven echoes. In Season 2, we're introducing set item crafting, which can be accessed via the Great Bridge Woven Echo. Shattering a set item grants you 1 to 4 set affix shards you can then use to craft your own reforged set items. Each set item is associated with one specific shard unique to that set item that when crafted onto an item makes it act as that set item. This means that you can craft your own reforged set items that count for the set's bonuses, and you can mix and match.
All right, we're going to pause for a second because Twitch just dropped an ad. So on here, I've been saying it for a while, EHG Last Epoch just put in the best set system in the history of the genre. It is the best set system in the history of the genre. Freaking ads, go away. I know. Thank you for pausing, sir. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. Epoch, yes. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, today we're giving away a free copy of Last Epoch. Also, the timer at the top, in 3 hours and 50 minutes, we will kick off Tour of the Erased podcast with Carve, Mike, Judd, and Ross joining me and Frosty LaRue. I've got 22 different clips never seen before, and new uniques never seen before coming to the podcast. Should be pretty cool. Should be pretty cool. So you're going to have to make a choice. Do you want a set, build your own set, or do you want a unique / legendary? You cannot make a unique a set, but you could have a experimental item that also has a champion affix, that also has a set affix. You could literally have an experimental champion set in Last Epoch. It's unbelievable. Also, if it's like a helmet, you have to put it on a helmet. But yeah, build your own sets.
This means that you can craft your own reforged set items that count for the set's bonuses, and you can mix and match these by using the original set items together with the reforged set items. You can craft these onto different item
Bert,
subtypes.
thanks for the sub.
Only one type of set affix shard can be applied to any individual item, and this item cannot be used in legendary crafting via the Eternity Cache. We're also adding the ability to re-roll the legendary potential of uniques via the Farsight Turtle Woven Echo. The unique must have at least one legendary potential. Re-rolling the legendary potential possesses quite a significant risk, as if the legendary potential fails to go up, it will instead go down all the way to 0. This is a worthy risk, as many times to get an upgrade, you need to have more than one legendary potential. And even in the case that it ends up going down to 0, you can
Yes, the turtle of Girth is swimming in the background.
Upgrade it again via the Nemesis Egg, providing multiple new chances to turn an item that might not be an upgrade into an upgrade. In the Orden's Watch Woven Echo, you can replace attributes, strength, dexterity, attunement, or intelligence, with another, as long as the affix isn't sealed. Did
you guys catch that? So now on your gloves, boots, rings, relic, body armor, and helmet, You could throw it in here as long as the item has forging potential, and you can switch out attunement, strength, intelligence, and dex. So if you did have a build, example, a Primalist, and you were trying to go low life, you could switch everything to intelligence to boost up your ward. No vitality. No vitality.
Cost 1 forging potential from the item. The tier and roll range of the replaced affix will be preserved for the new affix.
Prize Void Knight,
In
I
the
know.
Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, you'll be challenged by a sequence of boss encounters, and by completing, you'll be rewarded with access to the Sacrificial Altar, which can be used to sacrifice a unique, legendary, Weaver's Will item or set item to re-roll the mod and implicit values of a matching item.
As long as you have duplicates of the same unique, you can re-roll the affix ranges, including the implicit here.
Item being sacrificed needs to have equal or greater legendary potential or Weaver's Will. Rune of Research and Glyph of Insight have been removed and replaced by the thaumaturgy device at the end of the Rune Prison Complex Woven Echo, where you can replace a
What's up,
prefix
Frosty?
with an experimental affix on boots, gloves, or a belt. This makes the process of crafting experimental affixes much simpler. The exiled mages you encounter will have a chance to drop this Woven Echo. We're also adding some brand new crafting materials, such as Rune of Weaving, which speeds up your Weaver's Will and Weaver's Touch item conversions. Using a Rune of Weaving will convert some Weaver's Will or Touch to add additional affixes or affix tiers like you would gain by slaying in, such as Rune of Weaving, which speeds up your Weaver's Will and Weaver's Touch item conversions. Using a Rune of Weaving will convert some.
This is the amulet we want for our Summon Bear Beastmaster. Every 10 seconds, a random minion is chosen. We would only have one, Summon Bear, receiving Frenzy and 200% of the stats on this item.
Weaver's Will or Touch to add additional affixes or
Which would mean the bear would actually gain the critical strike multiplier at 200%.
affix tiers like you would gain by slaying enemies with the item equipped. Rune of Havoc, which shuffles the tiers of affixes of an exalted item. Sealed affixes are unaffected by this
Cocaine
action.
bear?
For example, you could potentially use the Rune of Havoc to change tier 1 strength to tier 7 on an item that had a different affix at tier 7 previously. Rune of Redemption, which rerolls exalted affixes to other affixes, preserving tier and roll range. Again, sealed affixes are unaffected. Another crafting update we believe you guys will be excited about is when using the Eternity Cache in Temporal Sanctum tier 2 or above, you may now select one affix that is guaranteed to be applied to the legendary that you're about to create. Season 2 brings an additional challenge for players with newly introduced champion enemies that spawn in the campaign,
Wraith
monolith,
Lord.
and dungeon. Champions are powerful versions of enemies with additional and altered abilities that spawn with 3 additional random modifiers, including 1 champion mod. They drop extra loot when killed and even have a small chance to drop much rarer loot, like a pile of unique items. Champions also always drop an item with a sealed champion affix that depends on the champion's mod. For example, a Volcano champion will always drop a belt with a Volcano champion's affix.
Can't wait for Thursday.
These mods have unique affixes rarely seen elsewhere and can be very powerful when used with the correct builds. We've made many correct builds. We've made many to these mods.
Dude, they like aligned the champion affixes perfect for where my camera is. So when you kill a champion enemy, they always, just like when you kill an exiled mage, it drops an experimental affix. They always drop their champion affix. And these are max 1 to skeletons, Golemancer, max 1 shadows, ward per second, DK, ward per maelstrom, spell damage, lightning blast, elemental crit, cast on fire. And there's a bunch of these. I think there's 20 or 30 champion affixes. But again, you can turn, they're yellow. They're like this kind of yellow hue. You could turn these green because champion items can also become set items. And again, you could also add experimental affixes. So you're going to have a lot of stuff to do and play with.
Mods have unique affixes
What's up,
rarely
Dan?
seen elsewhere and can be very powerful when used with the correct builds. We've made many updates to both the monolith and dungeons. Monoliths have new objectives, like slaying enemies until a cocooned item drops. which is a unique item that has a higher chance to have legendary potential when identified, or the need to seal deadly void rifts that have begun appearing in the echoes. You can now reach empowered monoliths on alts much more quickly, as we've made characters in the same environment share Monolith of Fate timeline unlocks. We've improved arenas by having enemy waves spawn more quickly, and increased enemies' movement speed so that they don't take as long to reach you. And we've updated Echo Spire objectives, so that the spires are guarded by a mini-boss and only attack you once you've engaged the Guardian. This means that they will no longer shoot at you from all the way across the map. For dungeons, we're introducing Dungeon Charms, which can modify a dungeon run. We're introducing 2 charms with this patch, one of which is called a Portal Charm that can be used to immediately portal to the boss of a dungeon and gain a random assortment of mods that you would have gained along the way. We've also added the Black Market Key Trader to Majelka's Upper District in the Divine Era, where you can exchange any 3 dungeon keys for a Portal Charm. In dungeons, you can now use a key to respawn either on the floor you've gotten to or at the boss, instead of needing to repeat the entire dungeon. Please, don't test this as a hardcore character. It will not save you. In Season 2, the Sentinel class is receiving a ton of updates.
They thought of
from small
everything.
adjustments to skills to fully reworking others. Paladin and Void Knight are receiving major overhauls to their mastery passive trees, and Forge Guard is receiving some additions, like a passive allowing them to wield a 2-handed weapon and a shield at the same time. Volatile
People are going to love this. The first time in Last Epoch. 2-handed weapon and a shield coming to Forge Guard.
same time. Volatile Reversal has been completely reworked, including a brand new skill tree. By default, it is now a combo traversal skill, where the first use of the skill sends you forward in time to a location to strike enemies in an area, while the second use sends you back in time to your original location, once again striking enemies in that area. You can build for melee or spell damage, and the tree offers some great interaction with other skills like Devouring Orb. We've renamed Sigils of Hope to Symbols of Hope to free up the term for the planned skill sigil system coming later, and have updated its functionality. Symbols of Hope now automatically generate symbols for you.
Oh, that's why they changed the name of it, because of the skill sigil system, so there's not confusion. I didn't know that.
Meaning no spending mana or stopping to cast it.
Skill sigils.
Actively using the ability
I didn't know
now
that.
consumes the symbols to grant ward and temporary damage reduction. Devouring Orb at a baseline now also deals void damage over time in an area
told me
around
that?
it.
I don't-
and
I'm
these
not
damaging
listening.
areas can stack. Its skill tree has been updated with cool new possibilities, including a node that instantly casts it for you whenever you move. No more numlock needed, and no more getting interrupted every time it casts. Most Sentinel skills received a variety of small to moderate updates to improve their power and offer additional build options. Examples include Multi-Strike, that has been given more support to deal single target damage by allowing additional swords to hit the same target. Vengeance has been updated to include conversions to both Fire and Void. Rive can now be converted to Void. Javelin's Divine Fury and Siege Barrage nodes now work together.
Okay, this might be the newest, most fun skill in the entire game. They only show 2 seconds of it. Javelin. It is so satisfying.
Javelin's Divine Fury and Siege Barrage nodes now work together. Hammer Throw has received buffs to non-spiraling nodes. Shield Throw no longer has a cooldown at base and has a node to allow it to bounce from the player. And Time Rot is now a viable, distinctly unique damaging ailment for Void Knights. We're also very excited to bring a new skill to Marksman, Heartseeker. Heartseeker shoots a single target arrow that seeks a nearby targeted enemy and has a chance to recurve, meaning it pierces and comes back to hit the target again. When building for Heartseeker, you'll likely want to increase the recurve chance, allowing it to pierce and hit the same enemy many times. If the target is destroyed, and Heartseeker would have recurved, it will instead seek another nearby target. Heartseeker's skill tree gives options to be converted to fire and cold.
Show puncture, show puncture, show puncture.
Has lots of support for poison and bleed, can be used as utility to generate mana and different shrouds, and even to provide global buffs granting added throwing and spell damage. You can also remove the base functionality where Heartseeker seeks a new target after slaying the first, and instead turn those leftover recurves into puncture.
You guys see it? You guys see it? The punctures coming off dead enemies? It's ridiculous.
Where Heartseeker seeks a new target after slaying the first, and instead turn those leftover recurves into puncture skill procs that fire towards nearby enemies. Heartseeker requires 30 points in the marksman tree, and Hail of Arrows has been moved to the 35-point skill unlock slot. Season 2 is bringing quite a lot of balance changes. Health builds are generally more effective as there is much more access to health modifiers across the game. Health affixes and health regeneration have been buffed, and health granted per level has been increased. Ward builds are still powerful, but outliers allowing for massive ward generation have been rebalanced. In general, many skills have received buffs, as our goal is to make many more builds viable for in-game content, and previous meta builds that were overperforming have been brought in line. Skills such as Black Hole, Elemental Nova, Tornado, Flurry, and Shurikens have had their damage effectiveness increased. We expect there to be a lot of new builds that players are excited to try out in Season 2. Idle enchantments and new non-class specific Weaver idols will also raise the power level floor for all builds. Many unique items.
I know what probably some of you are thinking. Aaron, this is actually overwhelming. I know. It's like 2 or 3 seasons in one. It's like an entirely new Last Epoch, but obviously the game is still at its core the same. We're about to read 100 pages of patch notes.
Have received a pass to help make them more useful. For example, Eye of Reen can once again be used with Warpath and other skills which hit with indirect attacks. Boulder's Wrath can proc Earthquake twice as much as before. And Stormbreaker can now gain storm stacks instead of a small chance to cast Lightning Strike. We've also applied some quality of life updates to multiple skills, like Warcry's Berserk lasting 50% longer. Dreadshade no longer has a duration. You can hold 3 black arrows from Dark Quiver at once. And we've increased the amount of shortcutting you can do with movement skills by increasing multiple 3 black arrows from Dark Quiver at once. And we've increased the amount of shortcutting you can do with movement skills by increasing the distance you can travel with them over gaps. Loot lizards will spawn a bit less baseline in Season 2, but there will be more scenarios where you'll be excited to find them, and you can also increase their spawn rate via the Weaver tree. In Season 2, we're introducing 25 new unique items. This includes 8 new Weaver's Will uniques and 4 early backer uniques. About half of these are tied to new tombs, cemeteries, and Woven Echo bosses, while the other half expand on the overarching drop pool. And there are plenty of additional improvements coming with Season 2 to be excited about. You can now respec your mastery for gold in the End of Time. The cost of respecializing your
From Hog, Aaron, PoE 2 is going to drop a patch mid next week. Wait, are you just joking around? Don't joke around. Like, not right. No jokes today.
Mastery is a lot cheaper in the lower to mid levels, so it's easier to experiment, but it increases as your character level goes up. We're introducing a beta version of WASD movement. You can access this via the settings gameplay menu. We'll be monitoring player feedback on this implementation, and we're excited to hear your feedback. We have updated the inventory to have tabs to separate out keys and the new Woven Echoes. And we've also introduced automatic storing as an option that will be on by default, so that when you pick up crafting items like shards, they will immediately go to your crafting materials panel. Both of these updates make inventory management much nicer and needing to be dealt with much less frequently. For Gamepad, we have completely reworked skill targeting, which improves every single skill and skill mutation, making
Medic, did you hear that?
We have completely reworked skill targeting, which improves every single skill and skill mutation, making targeting and using abilities more intuitive and responsive. We can also now make updates to individual skills targeting much more easily, so we'll be looking for your feedback and improving these even further. There are a ton of additional updates and fixes in Season 2, and we invite you to read the full patch notes on our forum.
The beach! The beach!
Along with all these incredible updates coming in Season 2, we're excited to announce a new batch of supporter packs known as the Woven series. Each of these 4 supporter packs offers new and unique ways to customize your appearance, and the team has cooked up some pretty amazing offerings. Starting with the Woven Traveler pack. We really wanted our entry-level pack to have some pretty awesome stuff. And what better way to travel through Eterra than with your own capybara pet? That's right, it wasn't an April Fool's joke after all. You will also score 2 new weapon cosmetics, a backslot cosmetic, and all new color arrangements for your evade skill. That's right, with Season 2, we've implemented skill cosmetics, and you'll find many more in the in-game store. The Woven Templar is the next tier in the Woven series and brings some serious heat. To start, you get all of the cosmetics from the Woven Traveler, and then, to kick off the Templar pack, we start with a full cosmetic armor set known as the Bronze Scale Plate. But the fire doesn't stop there. You're also getting Yoshok's Destroyer, a massive 2-handed hammer cosmetic, a new portal skin, another fiery evade cosmetic, and the first look at the Fire Footprint cosmetic, and an additional 100 Epoch points to use in the in-game cosmetic shop. Up next, and second tier in the Woven series, is
Henry
the
the
Woven
17th.
Vanquisher Supporter Pack, and this pack is charged and ready. As with the previous tiers, the Woven Vanquisher Supporter Pack also includes all cosmetic items from the Woven Templar and Woven Traveler packs. Kicking off the Woven Vanquishers pack, players will harness the power of the storm with the Thunderfang cosmetic armor set. You'll also receive the Tempest Gate portal. Storm Drake wings back at
Guys, you can get all 4 supporter packs that also give you $30 in in-game currency for $60.
attachment, Storm Dragon Staff, Storm Walker Evade Effect, and Lightning Footprints. And finally, if you're looking to get everything the Woven series of supporter packs has to offer, then the top tier Woven Legends supporter pack is the one for you. Harnessing the visual prowess of the Weaver herself, don the Shroud of Woven Disciple cosmetic armor set. Be sure to bring along your faithful companion, the Thread Strider pet. You will also receive 4 unique evade cosmetics and the Weaver Footprints visual effect. The Woven Legends supporter pack also includes all of the cosmetic offerings from the Woven Vanquisher, Woven Templar, and Woven Traveler supporter packs. This really is the Get Everything pack. We're also adding many more items you can purchase with Epoch points in the store, including those awesome new skill cosmetic effects. We sincerely appreciate your support and hope you enjoy Last Epoch Season 2. Thank you for your patience, as this one took a bit longer to get out, but we hope that the wait was worth it, and we'll aim to be delivering seasonal patches more quickly going forward. Thank you for your support, and we'll see you in Eterra for the launch of Tombs of the Erased on April 17th.
Judd is greater than Jonathan. Oh my gosh. I need a shower. Oh my gosh. I don't even know where to begin. Oh, Darren, you need to change your pants. Time to read. Judd rules. Oh man. I don't smoke, but I need a cig. The buffs are juicy. EHG really setting a new standard. Patch notes. My goodness. Well, everybody, Judd was serious that it was a 20-minute video. A 20-minute video. EHG has officially dropped the Season 2 patch notes. Now, if you have not heard this, these patch notes are 100 pages. 100 pages. Bruh. There, we made it to the end. That's how long it took to scroll all the way down. It's a new game. Oh my god. You could scroll until April 17th. Holy heck, it's a novel, bro. Aaron ASMR patch notes reading. Oh, and unlike GGG, only a tiny percentage of the pages is nerfs instead of 100 pages. Gonna toss that in chat GPT and tell it to make me the strongest build. Oh my goodness. All right. For the people that got hit with that ad, let me just quickly scroll back up to the top of the patch notes. All right, we made it. Quickly. No problem. All right, so we just watched the video. Later today, you can catch Judd, Ross, Mike, and Carve over on Aaron Action RPG's Twitch panel to talk all things Season 2. So we've got the scene. We've got the scene all set up, and hopefully the podcast goes good. Here, let me show you guys. No, I'm not going to show anything. So we got Frosty, Mike, Judd, Ross, and Carve. So we got the scene all ready for later. When do the patch notes come out? They're out right now. They just dropped. So you can't wait for the interview. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right, let's start. Everybody, listen. Linda, listen. All right. I can't possibly read all of this. Okay? If you want to follow along, here is it. So no NDA. For the most part, yeah, like no NDA. I mean, if it's in the patch notes, you can openly, it's your job. Yes. So, a lot of this stuff is everything we already know. So when it's something new, something you didn't know, we will stop and read it. But just know that normally we're listening to Polka and we're dancing around and we're being silly and we're playing Last Epoch and we're watching Hog's videos. This is not gonna be like that. Okay, and the timer at the top, 3 hours and 25 minutes is when the podcast starts. So let's do it. Tombs and Cemeteries of the Erased. These are the new procedural side zones that you will be interacting with all the time. By the way, if you have a question about the patch notes, put @AaronActionRPG in the chat so I could see it easily. All right. This is something that EHG has wanted to get in the game for a very long time. This is their first attempt at procedural generation, so that every time you go in a tomb and cemetery, it feels unique and different, and you'll be going into them all the time. Okay? It's also something to note that tombs are the lower version and cemeteries are the higher version. So you're gonna come across tombs more than you come across cemeteries, and cemeteries, when you complete it, is where you get an extra reroll of your idols. It's also where you actually build out your monolith tree. Okay. Actually, Last Epoch 2, not Season 2. You guys want a Last Epoch hoodie? You guys don't want that. You don't want that. Dooms of the Rubbed Out, right? The Woven faction. Now, I've already been getting questions. Yes, I've already been getting questions on, do I get to select COF, Merchants Guild, and the Woven? The Woven is extra. So you will have your Merchants Guild or COF, you'll have your you'll have your Forgotten Knights, and then you'll have the Woven. So you will have 3 different factions come Season 2. 3 different factions. Can you start running into... When can you start running into cemeteries and tombs? It's in the end game. I think you can... Tombs can spawn in any Echo. There you go. They could spawn in any Echo. All right. I knew that. Man, which is bigger, this patch notes or the release? Wait, this patch notes or the release? What do you mean? Oh, these are bigger. Then 1.0 patch notes, these are way bigger. They really need to change the name of the exclusive and non-exclusive factions so that isn't confusing for everyone. All right, I'm on it. I'm taking that note. You know what? Let me hold on. I've got my questions for the podcast. I'm going to take that note. Maybe I could ask that question live. Any chance you can I'm trying to think what it looks like right now. I can't hear you, Aaron. You can't hear me? Hello, hello. I think people can hear me. Hello, I can hear you. Audio's fine. Okay. We do. Okay, loud and clear. Awesome. Moving on to the Weaver tree. Now, this is something that has already been shown off. This is how you're going to be able to completely change your endgame experience. You're going to be able to put in 6 different imprints if you want for a way to target farm your gear. You're going to be able to remove arena echoes. You're going to be able to lean into arena echoes. You're going to be able to summon a butcher. You're going to be able to lean into champion enemies. You're going to be able to get better rolls, get boss drops. There is so much crap in this tree. It's actually funny. I feel like EHG, when they were making this tree, they tried to look at every single node and be like, how do we make every node meaningful? Yes, you start at the center. Because you're gonna feel sad. You know, in other games, it's like, okay, top left is useless. Top right's got some good stuff. Bottom left is useless. Bottom right is great. And you just know, like, oh, I'm playing the game serious, so I take this cluster and then I snag this cluster, and that's what every person on the internet does, so I don't have any meaningful choices. No, you are for sure going to get to decide how you want to play your end game. Can you ask about being able to aim with the right stick on controller like PoE 2? I'll take down all these questions. I'm writing them down. I'll see what I can do. Wait, what? No. Someone asked if I can ask that question, Medic. Okay. I'm hoping they make it to console soon, right? Console win. Writable mounts win. Developers note. One of the goals with Season 2 is to provide players with more agency when it comes to their experience in the endgame. The Weaver Tree allows players to influence the rewards and encounters present in the Monolith of Fate, as well as providing us with a large-term mechanism for influencing seasonal mechanics in the future. So, you know, I've talked about this ad nauseum over the last month, that when they decided to delay and, you know, kind of reconstruct Last Epoch, they wanted to put in systems that were very easy to add to. So for this example is that, you know, we're getting Season 2, but when we get Season 3, they can add to the Weaver Tree to add more content. They could add to the procedural generated side zones. They could add to the new woven echoes. So based upon the way that they have built the foundation of the end game, they're going to be a lot more nimble in the future for getting out meaningful content to us quicker. The reason I'm asking for that right now, while using puncture, I have to aim and move left, right stick, and it doesn't feel good. Well, supposedly, Nicholas, they have fixed that. But no, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Woven Echoes. So, not only do you have a new faction, all right? Not only do you have a faction tree that's going to influence your entire end game, but you're also going to have 36, yes, 36 different Woven Echoes to build your own monolith tree. You know what? We should just have the game opened. It'll make it way easier to explain this stuff. $37? That's just silly. Somebody just sent me something that I can show off for the podcast. Very nice. 36 plus 1 secret cow level? No. Why does it load me into the bazaar? I don't want to be at the bazaar. Leaked. Show it now. Right, meow? No, I can't. Let's go gambling. Okay, so you guys see this regular monolith tree. Okay, now first off, they've gone in and they've cleaned up all the symbols, so just visually it looks better. They've cleaned up the background, so visually it looks better. There's new kind of animations and corruption numbers that you know exactly what you're doing. But on top of that, you know, when you're playing Path of Exile 2, when you're playing Last Epoch, you technically can't influence what the next map is going to be. They're just randomly generated, tells you what it is, and you choose to fight it or not. Now, in Season 2, you build your own web. Now, of course, you don't have to build your own web, but you will have access, if you want, to be able to place 36 different. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 5, not 10, not 20. You will have access to 36 of your own monolith echoes to build your own tree. Information overload, making the heart race. I know. You'll have access to 36 different echoes, and almost every single area is new or redesigned so it feels fresh to build out your own monolith. Okay? So again, your tree will determine kind of your play style. Your woven echoes will build out the tree. On top of that, you have the new procedural generated side zones. Does the corruption tower spawn a certain spot? So when you're... So... Let me explain. People are going to say they took this from PoE 2. It's going to happen. Why the hell did they steal this from Path of Exile 2? These games have both been in development so long that I promise you it's not stolen from PoE 2, but it doesn't matter. People are going to say that. In Season 2, when you knock out one of these beacons, it's going to create a ring. It looks like a tower. I'm trying to say they look like PoE towers. Towers? Yeah, it looks like towers. So it's stolen. No, it's not stolen. No, it's not stolen. They're beacons, guys. I mean, Echoes is just Delve. Here we go. The Vision. I don't know why I brought it up. I should have just skipped this part. Just never say PoE again. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Agreed. Skip next time. Okay. As you guys saw in the video, where are we at? You're going to be able to enchant your own sets. This is like slot machine crafting that maybe you've seen in games that should not be named. But basically, what's cool about this system is even though it's not deterministic, where you could pick what enchantments you want on it, you can re-roll it over and over and over and over again. So in Last Epoch, you're going to be able to, you know, slot machine craft your idols until you get the perfect rolls. And technically speaking, it is possible to get up to 14 additional tiers on your idols. So you'll have your regular base tier 1s that you're used to on idols, and then 2 more enchanted affixes at the bottom. Mm-hmm. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Set reforging. Set reforging. Can you slam it with exalted orbs? Will you get out of here? No, you can't slam it with exalted orbs. Performance is going to be perfect. In other words, upgrade. Yes. We can refer to PoE 2 as the game that shall not be named. I thought that was D4. I've said this now probably 100 times. Set reforging. So, Last Epoch has put into the game the best in the history of the genre set system. You can break down sets and create your own. You could break down sets and create your own. This is stuff we've already talked about. We don't need to read through all this. Legendary potential. You're going to have a system where if you have a bunch of 1 LP items, you can upgrade it to 2 LP or it'll drop it to 0 LP. I feel like this was actually put in the game as a way to remove LP from an item so that you could slam it into a nemesis. This is also where you see the turtle of enormous girth swimming in the background. Not my words. EHG's words. Okay. Sets 1000% damage, D3 scaling. No. Crafting is amazing, LE. Actual crafting, not slot machine. You want to see what the turtle looks like? The turtle of enormous girth. I think it's in this one. There's your new turtle. That's what she said. Don't, Frosty, don't do that. See the turtle of enormous girth. On his shell, he holds the earth. EHG just really wanted you to make sure you knew what they were doing by adding that the turtle is a he. Unbelievable. See the turtle of enormous girth. There you go. He is a turtle enough for... Frosty, don't clip that one. Come on. Frosty. He didn't actually clip it, I don't think. As we continue, you are now going to have a way to re-roll. Do it. You're now going to have a way to re-roll your affixes on your uniques. So on here, if you have a duplicate unique, you could sacrifice one to re-roll the ranges on the other. As you saw in the video, you'll now be able to swap attributes on your gloves, boots, rings, chest, body armor, and relic. So if you got attunement, you want strength, int, or dex, you could swap them out. No, you cannot do it with vitality. You're also going to be able to add an experimental affix. Are we able to skip the campaign in the new season? You can kind of skip it as long as you have keys. Dungeon keys required. Yeah, you need dungeon keys. Alt friendly. So experimental items. I know a lot of people don't use experimental affixes. There are some good ones in there. But on your belt, boots, and gloves, you can now add an experimental affix. And your item needs 2 prefixes. It removes 1 prefix and adds the experimental affix. Also on here, summon zombies from potion has been removed. There was just too many cases of people using that experimental affix. It was just too powerful. So they have removed potion creates zombies, and they've replaced that with potion creates bees. Bees. Add and remove any chaos orbs that are there. Oh, geez. Hey, thank you guys for the follow. As long as you're following on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in ! giveaway. We're going to draw a copy of Last Epoch at the end of today's stream. Yeah, it's the bee's knees. 3 new crafting materials. The Rune of Havoc shuffles the tiers of non-sealed affixes around. So what that means is with a Rune of Havoc, I could move the tier 6 from 167%, and I could shuffle this tier 6 and make health tier 6. And then this one would be tier 1. You could move around your exalted affixes. It's literally unbelievable. With the rune, there's an ad. All right. Wreaking havoc. Hi, bunny. DMs. The hype is real? I know it is. Is this the season of pets? Maybe. I don't know. All right, 5 seconds left with this ad. Void Portal now has a partner. Oh my gosh. I have Twitch Turbo and YouTube Premium. I don't get ads. Look at you. All right, we're back. Rune of Redemption. I think the Rune of Redemption will be the most powerful crafting material in Season 2. Basically, what this does, the Rune of Redemption, it is literally pure insanity. Basically, if you have an item that has exalted affixes on it, you can switch them. So shock chance and lightning chance, if I don't want that, I could switch those affixes out for any other item. For any other affix. I hope the stash tab lag is fixed. I hope so too. It's not that organized, guy. You guys always talk about my stash tabs. Just because every tab has every item in order by level based upon the highest roll is not that organized. It's really not. I don't know why, including the one-handed weapons that you always keep 2 of. It's not. You should see my tabs. What? Yeah, it's basic. I will pay you to do my tabs. I'm sure your guys' tabs is fine. He lied as he breathed. What? This is referred to as OLED. Hey, your OCD is showing no bunny. That's very organized. Click the sort button. Get out of there. During the subathon and my wife takes over, they always try to get her to hit the sort button. So I take a break. My wife takes over the stream. I come back and I can't even like play it off as like, oh, you know, that's like a cute, funny gag. I'm like visibly so effing pissed off when they get her to do that. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. That's not funny, Awesome. Awesome, that's not funny. Don't encourage us. Yes. Thanks for letting us know, the new people. What does the sort button do? Yeah, we won't do it again. Trust us. The Rune of Weaving. The Rune of Weaving. Everybody has had this feeling if you've played Last Epoch. You have a Weaver's Will item. You have to put the damn thing on. You got to kill a bunch of enemies to just find out you didn't get the affixes you want. And you got to do that over and over again. The Rune of Weaving makes it where you could just transfer the Weaver's Will down to create affixes. Also very nice quality of life. We'll remember that. The Eternity Cache. As long as you are fighting Julra at tier 2. As long as you're fighting Julra at tier 2, you can now automatically transfer one affix over guaranteed. You can now transfer one item over guaranteed. The new season is a blank slate. You could still use your old characters. This is a totally gameplay feeling. What? That one guaranteed is huge. It's huge because now it gives 1 LP. It now gives 1 LP so much more power. So much more power. Champions. Champion enemies. Gosh, these patch notes are 35 new skill effects. What? You guys are reading ahead of me. Champions. Gosh. So champions will start popping up as early as the campaign. There's 20 champion enemies, which means there's 20 new champion affixes. I didn't know if it was 20 or 30. So 20 new champion affixes. And you're going to encounter them all the time. You could also super juice your champions inside of the tree. Monolith objectives. So they've added some new monolith objectives. Slay champions, slay exiled mages, activate shrines until ambush, open lost caches until ambush, stabilize the echo, and find cocooned items. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new objectives for when you are completing a monolith. EHG will only nerf the extreme cases during the season. Yes, normally EHG has pulled the community and basically, if it is a bugged build, so if it is truly broken, they will fix it mid-cycle. If it's overpowered, they normally won't. Where's the Spire changes? So the way so right now, when Spires are so annoying, Spires drive me crazy. Especially when I'm streaming, right? Because they're always shooting me. So basically the way a Spire works right now is that when you enter a monolith, as long as you're shooting, they immediately start attacking to you, right? They immediately start attacking you. It's no longer like that. Now when you, let's just say this guy's the Spire. Now when you come in contact with the Spire, Basically, the Spire will shoot out an enemy, and while you're fighting that Spire Guardian, it'll start shooting you. And then you gotta kill the Guardian to then kill the Spire. Does that make sense? It's so much better. So the Spire's only shooting you when you actually see the Spire. It's way better. Way, way, way better. Aaron, can you ask if they're gonna let us pre-download the patch? We've already asked, they said no. You can't pre-download the patch because of offline mode. Offline mode. Thank God. I've been going mad with those maps. Yep, Spires fully fixed. Shared monolith timeline echoes. This is something that was shared very recently. But basically, if you create an alt character, as long as they share the same stash, they also get all of your normal monolith progression. So you start an alt, you jump through the dungeons to skip the campaign, you make it to monoliths, all the monoliths are unlocked. You fight one level 90 timeline boss by using your Glyphs of Envy, and I don't know, within an hour you're at Empowered. I mean, literally, alts are like, I mean, it's ridiculous how, if anybody really loves the game, it is going to be so easy to make alts. And then remember, if it's the same mastery, you don't even have to make the alt if you don't want to, because you get to switch the mastery. Corruption sharing and mastery respec is game changing. Yep. How are you, little big boss? What's up? What's up? Supreme Leader, how are you? Sucks for everyone else. Real Kinetic, we were talking about this yesterday, and one of my community members brought up an excellent point. By having everybody pre-download the patch, you have, 100, 200,000 people waiting at the gate, that the second the gate opens, the servers get just annihilated. Where if people are downloading at different times, that means people are entering the servers at different times, and it's not as big as a hit. I don't know how true that is, but I thought it was a pretty decent point they made yesterday. So for server stability, it's actually better. Sucks for us, but it might help. Exactly. So that it's just not, it doesn't crush the server. It does make sense. My guess is that Ellie will hit 300,000 over the weekend. I prefer
Can't let this go to waste. Smile.
Who was that? Professor, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wait, what about the thousands of people patching at the same time? Would that affect the speeds? That's what we were talking about, Almighty. I don't know. We were like, does that put the stress on Steam and not the EHG? Like, how does that? I don't know. I have no idea. Shade of Orbis now scales with area. Arena echo changes. Judd talked about this in the video. The enemies move quicker because you want them to swarm you in this situation. They spawn quicker. It's just overall faster and feels way better. They updated Spires, so the Spire Guardian, we talked about that. Death and loot persistence. If you die, your loot on the ground around you goes with you, which is awesome. On here, they've improved the visuals to the monolith. There's now a corruption. So on your, I love this. For me, I love this change. So when you're looking at your screen here, under each mono area is the corruption number. So you know exactly where everything is at. So you don't have to go to each one to see. I'm not eligible for the race because I'm part of the CT program. Yeah, woohoo. Yeah, I'm not eligible. Also, we're playing Summon Bear, which there's something in here for Summon Bear too that nobody knows about. We'll get to it, I think. I don't know. Overall improved gameplay performance. It's just some other stuff. He would win against you in a race anyways. Me? Den? Yeah, I wouldn't win anyways. Guys, do we keep the stash tab set up? We don't. What is the CT program? It's the Community Tester program. I have been playing Last Epoch Season 2 Update 1.2 for a few months now. So it's just unfair if I've already had access to the game and you didn't. Insert dominance and win without the prize. I'm telling you guys, we're going to be, I think we're going to be a force to be reckoned with. It's going to be, I think it's going to be the tortoise and the hare. So all the Sentinel builds and all the Heartseeker marksman builds, they'll be the hare, and we're the tortoise in this example. And they're going to start off quick, and then our summon bear is going to, you know, it's going to equal out until we're one-shotting everything. I hope. Aaron, go faster. Never. We'll just be slow as hell. I don't even know what I'm talking about. All right. You guys saw this. There's 2 new portal charms. One charm brings you immediately to the boss, so you don't have to run the dungeon. The other one, you run the dungeon, but there's a million loot lizards everywhere. If you ever need a portal charm, you could trade in 3 dungeon keys to get one. Bear will be the first to go down under Aberoth. I don't know. I just want to be the best person. I want to be the first person in the world to kill Uber Aberoth with Summon Bear. Summon Bear is going to be a beast. It's going to be a beast. You need a Void Portal Charm. Oh my gosh. On top of that, in the dungeon, this one, I don't know. Like, I've been hearing over and over again, hey, love the changes. Why are they making the game so easy? And I keep saying, yes, I mean, they're giving us tons of quality of life. Does quality of life necessarily turn into making it easier? Or is it not wasting our time? Does it value our time? You know, it is a fine line. I get that. If you decide to run the dungeon and you die, you can use a key to respawn. So your dungeon run isn't over. Quality of life equals easy. So not only did they update the dungeons so they're smaller, they have less blocks on them. They also have less dead ends. You could also skip immediately to the boss. You could fill them with loot lizards. And if you die, you could use a key. They're making more accessible for casual players. Yeah. You can can you auto play yet? No. The boss will reset. Yeah, so it's not like you could just like take the boss halfway down and then reset with the key. Also, if you're a hardcore player, the key does not save you. The key does not save you. Something else that is new. Here we go. So, any news about Hail of Arrows? We're not at skills yet. We're gonna get there. We'll get to skills. Aaron's got an auto bomber summon bear incoming. No, I don't think so. The dungeon respawns particularly better in Soulfire Bastion with the embers you get. You have to stay in the dungeon for a while for more embers. That's true. Quests and unlocks. So this is something that has been in the game for a long time, and a lot of people don't know this. Right now, you could jump through the dungeons. Right now, you could jump through the dungeons to make it to endgame. Well, you can make it to Act 9. So, like, in the campaign, if you want, you never have to actually fight Lagon. But you don't get your passives, and you don't get your idle slots. So what they've changed now is completing all 3 dungeons on the way will earn the players a total of 6 passive points and 3 idle slots, which will help skip a large portion of the campaign zones. They don't give you everything, but kind of the idea is like you skip one part, and then on your way to the next dungeon, you unlock some idols and passives, run that dungeon, run to the next dungeon, and by the time you're done with that, you've skipped the campaign. General skill changes. Oh, gosh. You guys don't want to go through this stuff, right? Oh, no. Start the patch notes over. What? What do you mean start the patch notes over? Get to the fun stuff. Read everything. Is that a trick question? Time Rod is going to be way stronger. It will likely be a meta skill for the new season. Aaron has not read one thing yet. It's because I have all this memorized. I mean, I don't have it memorized. I didn't mean it like that. This is my first time seeing it. I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. This is I haven't seen this. I knew you had it already. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Guys. Yeah, you'll see new uniques today. I don't know what they put in here. Sounds like you helped write it. Here we go. Instant cast abilities can now be used immediately with evade. I mean, guys, we really don't need to read this. Evade, they made it a lot better. The game has these patch notes that are 100 pages have 13 pages of bug fixes. 13 of the 100 pages are bug fixes. That's a lot. We're not reading all this. We're not reading bugs. All right, here we go. We'll read the class changes. And I only know it's 13 pages because I looked at it when the video was playing. That's how I know it's 13. These are silly. The Sentinel class has been updated significantly with the aim of making the class more fun through many skill changes and more powerful and varied through new and updated passive skill trees, and a rework to time rot. Sure. The reason Aaron will not read it is because he already knows it is hard. Passive tree. Fearless grants 5% more increased health regen per point from 10. Forge Guard tree. Added a new Forge Guard, no Forge Master's Might. Forge Guard will be the only character to be able to hold a two-handed weapon and a shield. Passive skill tree. Oh my gosh. The passive skill tree has been changed a lot. That's the update. It's basically a new skill tree. It's actually a new... How much time to go? Podcast kicks off in 2 hours and 44 minutes. 2 hours and 44 minutes. You got 3 hours of reading. You have 2 hours. Start reading. I'm not reading all this. Pally. Oh, gosh. All right. We'll read some of it. Dive bomb nerf was big. It should have been big. We'll come back to the paladin tree. Void Knight passive tree. It's also brand new. Volatile reversal. All right, Risen. I already know them all. Mortal Cleave at the bottom. Is it? But. Hold on. Just give me a second. We can come back to this stuff. Here we go. I feel like it's more fun reading the skill changes. Let's actually read the changes for skills. All right. Abyssal Echoes. Fixed a bug where Nether Breach could trigger from indirect casts of Abyssal Echoes. Abyssal Echoes. Fixed a bug where Nether Breach would not trigger from direct casts of Abyssal Echoes while Screaming Rifts is allocated. Fixed a bug where Abyssal Echoes would not blind enemies unless you had a certain other node allocated. Anomaly. Fixed a bug. Oh yeah, we linked the patch notes so people could follow along. Anomaly. Fixed a bug where Exorbate would not be allocated despite having 3 points allocated.
EHG rocks the rocks.
That's a lot of rocks, Keel. Thank you. Anomaly. Fixed a reduced the case where Anomaly would cause enemies to blind instead of animating properly when released by their ability. Devouring Orb. Devouring Orb really feels like a kind of a new skill, too. They're trying to get away from the Numlock trick. Devouring Orbs now have a damaging aura that deal void damage over time. Devour the Weak has been replaced with a new node, All-Consuming. Void Rift has been replaced. Burning Prey has been replaced. Added a new node connected to Abyssal Emission. World Rot grants 25% chance to inflict Time Rot on hit. The base radius of Orb for the purpose of hitting enemies for Cosmic Impact is inning. This is all huge. If any, like, I feel like if I was going to start a Sentinel, I would go Void Knight. If I was going to play a Sentinel. Erasing Strike got a damage effectiveness boost. Obliteration grants 10% multiplicative damage. Rest of the stuff small. Forge Strike. People have been waiting for Forge Strike for a long time. Forge Strike got a 100% increase to damage effectiveness. Shrapnel got a 100% increase. Heavy Strike got a 7% multiplicative increase. And they fixed a bug where Forge Strike would be visually rotated when used near a cliff. Amazing. Everybody wants Spin to win, right? Action RPG question. I'd be curious to see answered. Is the rationale behind the massive reduction in availability for endurance threshold? I have an idea. Would be much better to hear it from them. I think the idea is that your overall max life boosts your endurance threshold. So let people focus on life, which in turn boosts your endurance. I think that's the idea. I can add it to the list for the podcast. Everyone, in 2 hours and 40 minutes, Town Portal podcast kicks off. Why move away from endurance threshold? All right, got it. Oh, thanks. You are very, very welcome. Hammer Throw. Hammer Throw now has 110% effectiveness from 105. It's like very silly. Okay, the collision node also grants 50% more damage. Ricochet now behaves like Shield Throw. Ricochet no longer grants 30% less damage on hit. They're really boosting non-circular hammers. So they're really boosting non-circular hammers because, as we know, everybody likes spinning hammers around them. Chaining hammers no longer grants 10% less damage per hit. Force of impact, 10% more multiplicative damage. And then fixed a couple bugs. Healing hands, just fixed a couple bugs. Holy Aura. Raya's Devotion now grants you and your allies 5%. They added Electrify. They added some Electrify to Holy Aura. Ricochet's looking good. Aaron, I'd like to understand EHG's development philosophy. It seems they want more builds making it to endgame different from other competitors in the genre. Is the design philosophy about having fun, being challenged, or both? It's I'll add your question right now. I think, believe it or not, that's every action RPG's design philosophy. So, I would venture to guess if you asked Grinding Gear Games or Blizzard Entertainment, hey, do you want 500 different builds with everything balanced and fun, or do you want 5 meta ultra progression builds? I would guess that everybody would answer the same way. I think. I don't know. Javelin, they boosted the base effectiveness. As you guys saw in the video, you can now chuck javelins in, and they will pierce and break out. It's unbelievable. The added cooldown for Holy Trail Battle Standard. The change was made to support builds that want to raise Javelin's cooldown further to take advantage. Holy shit, the vision. Here we go. You guys really want me to ask about the vision? Yeah, Javelin has all of this. The only thing that would pull me away from Void Knight would be Electrified Javelin. Javelin, is that like a Huntress? Nash, why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do that? Come on. That's not funny. Don't laugh at that. Grok is saying Black Hole Rune Master is going to be giga strong meta. Remember, you are an ambassador when asking these questions. Try not to make them nasty. I'm not going to make them nasty. I don't think. Dude, you really should say, what's the vision for the game 1 year from now? Judgment. Pious Offering now consumes 5% of your current mana from 20. They've made that better, so you don't have to take it as for mana. Anointed no longer grants 2-second cooldown. It also now grants 100% increased duration of Consecrated Aura and 100% more damage over time. Ooh. Text has been updated to clarify you can only have one single Consecrated Aura active at a time. We've been trying to work on a true righteous fire. Consecrated Ground for Judgment literally puts a ring around you that does a lot of damage that you could just run through. So hopefully this is going to help make that more possible. Lunge. They've made it feel more snappy. Multi-strike. Oh, good old multi-strike. Aaron, can you ask the devs what interview and feedback style did they prefer? Oh, righteous fire. Nice. Nash, if I just bring up PoE, does that make you happy? Is that what's happening? Ellie has RF before PoE 2 has RF. Classic. Multi-strike. Increase base area by 33%. Forge Master grants 10% chance per point. Vengeful grants 34%. Man, they buffed multi-strike like crazy. Sweeping Blows now also causes multi-strike to deal more damage. Jousting now also has 30% critical strike multiplier. Bladestorm has been reworked. People think Bladestorm might be able to be its own build. When you create more additional swords than there are nearby enemies, each remaining sword can consume 3 mana to create the nearest, or to strike the nearest enemy, even if it was hit by the initial strike. Bladestorm. They made quality of life to inventory, but when I would love loot filter to apply to inventory. Loot filter to apply to inventory. So you could like see the stuff that's in there. That's interesting. Yeah, they talked about we'll bring up time in between patches, but ultimately Judd said every 3 months is the goal. If it goes to 4 months, so be it. Ring of Shields. Ring of Shields. Scaling tags now also include 4% increased minion damage per point of attunement. The Fire Aura Flames got a 75% effectiveness buff. Fixed a couple bugs. Rive now has a full void conversion, which is right here. Temporal Warrior. What's RF in LE? Some people say Maelstrom. Some people think Consecrated Ground. Some people think Fire Aura. There's a couple things you can do that is spinning rings around you that you run and do damage on. Shield Bash got a little buff to damage effectiveness. I think this should have been tripled. Shield Bash literally does no damage. They should have taken it from 100 and made it 300, but it got a little buff. How does EHE determine which abilities / builds are nerfed? I got that question. I got that one. We were guessing what would be in the patch notes to try and form some questions. So we were trying to just yeah, I've got that one. Bro, the full patch notes link is like 1 day of reading time. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hammered and Smite is definitely the closest to PoE Fire Aura. No. Well, I mean, I don't know. Is Shield Bash fixed though? Used to bug out on your character movement? I don't know. Why didn't they show the changes in the notes? Why didn't they show the changes in the notes? What do you mean? Shield Rush, it's going to get stuck less. So they're working on all movement skills that they just feel smoother. Basically, hopefully, like everything feels like Shift. Shift is an awesome movement skill. Not only is it awesome, like not only does it just do awesome stuff, it just also feels way better. Shield Throw. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is. It's literally at the top. They put it in order what people care about. What? All got nerfed to crap? We're not at nerfs yet. We're not at nerf. Well, we're looking at Sentinel right now. The skill's base functionality has been adjusted. It no longer has a cooldown from having a 2-second cooldown, but it still cannot be used again until the shield has returned. Its mana cost has been reduced from 6 to 4. Captain America builds, anyone with Shield Throw? Oh, yeah. Smelter's Wrath got 150% bonus to damage effectiveness. Check out the Nexus mod, but only at your own risk. Who, me? Woo! Shield Throw. For Shield Throw, there is one question. Can Ricochet to yourself hide behind a 6-second cooldown, what makes it usable? But that's the node which is necessary for single target. What's the reason for this? All right, I got it. Also, at the end of the podcast, there will be a Q&A from the audience. I'll do my best to snag as many questions as possible. It'll probably be impossible, but I'll do my absolute best. Man, they even put in so much crap for Smite. Added a new node, Connected Sacrifice. Fallen from Grace converts Smite to Void. Oh, yeah, that's right. You can now fully convert Smite to Void, not just through the Void Knight passive tree. GGG loves its gamers too. They just got some crappy server issues, I guess. Captain Atera, mount up. Fisher's description has been clarified to state 3-second cooldown. Incorrectly stated 5. Fixed. That's a bug. Fisher can also be Hey, Brow. I didn't know that. Fisher can now be converted to lightning. Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. There's bugs. Aaron, ask Judd if he would put polka music into LE. Symbols of Hope has been completely redone. Basically a whole new... Well, it's not a whole new skill. Just everything has been adjusted and changed. The big thing for Symbols of Hope, formerly Sigils of Hope, is that it is now an automated skill. So prior, you had to use Orin's Sun Seal, which was a ring that automated your sigils. You now no longer have to do that. So when you're playing and running around, they will just pop up around you. Oh, I really thought the Forge Guard passive bonuses would have been changed this patch. They just got changed last patch. So you probably didn't notice that Forge Guard got its new passive tree passives last season. Aaron reads 2 sentences and skips 40. It's because it's all boring. Like, I'm not going to read you the bug fixes for Symbols of Hope. We're not even at juicy stuff yet. And also, if you don't know this, EHG puts the most important stuff like at the top. Oh my gosh. Vengeance is also a whole new skill. Increase the base area by 20%. Executioner grants 10% multiplicative damage now. Bolster grants 11% less damage taken. Vindicator's been removed. Anvil's been removed. The guy hates Sentinel. Ban him. I like Sentinel. Added a new node. Blades that grant 25% armor shred. Blade Assault has been removed. I'm just looking for good stuff. Can't wait for some Forge Guard build using two-handed and shield. I know. Perfect Repost now grants 2% critical strike. Look! It's a parry! They put parry in. No, I'm just kidding. Parry isn't in the game. Warpath. Who likes spinning to win? Warrior's Fury now also applies to direct uses of Warpath. Disabled screen shake on hit if echoed Warpath. Oh. They haven't stolen parry yet. I'm a main Warpath. Well, you now can screen shake is turned off. How's that? Warpath buff. Forged weapons deal 30% more damage and take 50% less damage. These buffs are compensate for a bug to Phantom Grip, as the intention of the fix was not to reduce their power compared to 1.1. So forged weapons inside of Forge Guard gets a flat 30% multiplicative damage bonus, and they take less damage. Minion players? Huh? Minion players? Void Knight, Abyssal Orb deals 40 base damage with 200 effectiveness from 60 and 150. And its base crit, 5 to 6. Void Rift deals 20 damage, 100% effectiveness. They're bringing up the effectiveness, bringing down the base. So that's everything, guys. That is everything. So if you do not see the skill in there, it is basically unchanged. Everything you didn't. I'm just saying that's all the skills for one class. Don't worry, the rest of the classes won't take us. Time for Rouge. The Rouge. All right, the Rogue. Let's look at the update to the Rogue passive tree. There's a lot of changes here. A lot of changes. Master Archer now also grants Heartseeker 20% recurve. Coat's Blades now also apply to directly used abilities. All right, there's the Rogue pass. What? Necro, what's wrong? All right, there's the updates for Rogue. Got it? Heartseeker, brand new skill. We've literally seen the skill tree for Heartseeker. We've seen it in action. They've showed off the cosmetic for it. This is going to be the main meta skill for all of Season 2. It can trigger Puncture. It could trigger Burning Daggers. It could be turned fire. It could be turned cold. And its base skill is physical. The skill cosmetics are so sick. Yes, they are. What's Heartseeker? Yeah. Very funny. I can't wait, to wait with Heartseeker Puncture. This is my skill. Everybody wants to play Heartseeker? Everyone? Sure, I don't. Why, Nash? What do you want to play? Forged weapons? Not me as well. I don't like following meta. Forge guard build for me, so no Heartseeker. Hubby says he's gonna go multi-shot, says new skill looks slow. I want freezing minions with the new unique. Don't forget, everyone, I'm giving away a free copy of Last Epoch after the podcast. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. All right. Let's talk through Rogue. Acid Flask. Acid Flask got a damage effectiveness buff. Corrosion gives more damage. Concoction, 50% more poison. Contamination can be converted to cold. Updated descriptions. So Acid Flask got a little bit of love. Acid Flask got a little bit of love. Aerial Assault. Aerial Assault's movement has been improved. Every movement skill, just so you're aware, has been improved. They're supposed to not feel as clunky. Tactician grants 50% increased attack speed for Ballista from 75 and 1% more Ballista damage for intelligence than 2. Ballista, our first nerf. Z DPS Ballista. No, it's still going to be awesome. All right, first nerf, Ballista from Aerial Assault. That's not that bad. That's not... Stop farting. And then the other two are just little bugs. Hey, speak of the devil. Ballista. Care package has been reworked. Ballista, which have hit an enemy, have a chance to drop a potion when destroyed or unsummoned, based on the amount of time they existed. It is a 10% chance to drop a potion per second, maximum of 1 point. Elixir of Construction grants ballistas 15% more multiplicative damage from 20% if constructed within 4 seconds of using a potion, maximum 3. Fix the bug where Ballista would not trigger only minion death effect when Ballista was killed. Fix the bug on Hive Mind. He's leaking again. I'm not leaking. These are the patch notes. So, guys, let's just talk through this because it's going to happen throughout today. EHG does not kill builds. If a build is 1,000% better than everything, they'll bring it down where it's only 100% better. And Ballista was really, really, really good. So it's only a 5% multiplicative here. And the amount of points went from 3 to 5. And they lost some multiplicative damage from aerial assault. And you can't get as many potions. That's not that big of a nerf. That's not that big. Right? Guys? No, drops are enabled on the 17th. No drops today. Instead of 3,000 corruption, it'll drop to 1,500 corruption, so no. Bro. What? Cinder Strike. Cinder Strike, its base damage is now entirely fire instead of 50-50. I love that change. Corrected in the description, the state that added damage applies to the first attack at 200% effectiveness. Incorrectly, it said 150. So basically, Cinder Strike is now a complete fire skill. Dark Quiver, you can now hold 3 arrows at a time instead of 1. This is a massive change to Dark Quiver. It feels so much better. Decoy, improved jittery movement on Decoy. Detonating Arrow now displays its damage effectiveness. Dive Bomb. I'm sure there's nothing too bad in Dive Bomb. I'm sure it's fine. Dive Bomb now has a 500% damage effectiveness from 700. That's not that bad. It's only, oh wow, they lost 200%. That's, oh wow, people are going to notice that. You're going to notice that if you play Dive Bomb. Hog needs help reading. He's over. Stop farting. On the Wings of Shadows, the Falcon deals 70% less damage from 60. Talon Knives now grants 15% of its stats on your weapons per 30. Oh. Dive Bomb was fun. RIP. Again, it's still going to be fun. It's just brought in line. And it's not, honestly, Dive Bomb doesn't take that big a hit. You know, it lost 200% effectiveness, 10% multiplicative damage, and 15% of your weapon stats. No one's even going to notice that. It's still fun, just less fun. Yeah, it's just less fun. And again, guys, just remember, like, just keep in mind that Dive Bomb and Ballista are, like, broken good. So again, they're not killing the builds. They're just retuning them. Aaron is trolling us right now. What? No, I'm not. He might just fart again. Explosive Trap. Sabotage grants 10% less manage per point. Gel Core's Blueprint has a maximum of 3 points. Trap Sprinkler, 1 mana per point. Arrow traps can now only release detonating arrows up to 10 times per 2 seconds from no limit. Yeah, that's not. Fix an issue with the animation of Explosive Trap. Fix another one. Traps is dead. They're not dead. They're not dead. They're not dead. Explosive Trap, aka your butt. It's dead. It's not. Someone tell Aaron that motorboating is more fun. It's a dead game. Falconry. All right, Falconry. Falcon Strikes now has a 150 damage effectiveness from 200. Nerf. Rending Talons, 15% per point from 25. Nerf. Train to Hunt, 50% of your higher global melee from 75. Nerf. Go for the Eyes, 75 to 50. Nerf. Falcon Gale adds 5% more mana. Huh? 5. You get 5 more mana. Game's done. Side by side, 3% remaining cooldown reduction per point of Falcon Strikes from 5, and then fixed a bug. This is fine. This is fine. Falconry kind of hurts big overall. Yes, it does. Are there global nerfs to compensate for the additional power we can now acquire? I think the only additional power you can acquire actually is through idols. I was trying to explain this yesterday. People were saying, you know, we could switch our attributes and we're going to have access to champion items and sets and new uniques. And I was like, yeah, all that stuff brings your build online quicker, but it doesn't actually add power, right? It doesn't actually add power. Whereas idols adds power. I think it's more about how quick you get a build online. But we'll see. That's one of the questions we'll ask during the podcast today. Hail of Arrows. Look at this. Hail of Arrows got some love, guys. You're going to be so happy. Hail of Arrows now displays its damage effectiveness. Net. Nice. Yeah. Net. Fix the bug cause using net and traveling into a wall would cancel the animation. There you go. There you go. Puncture. People are really actually happy with Puncture. Bloodthirst Bleeding Fury buff now respecs Puncture's ailment conversion. For example, if you grant Poison Chance instead of Bleed Chance, its Scalebane is allocated. So now you can actually convert Puncture off of Bleed. Love buffs to wording, right? Shurikens. See, Shurikens got a big buff. 25%, 70%, and improved movement. See, Shurikens got something. Smoke Bomb. Fix 2 bugs. Umbral Blades. Same thing. Movement skill. Burning Daggers got a big buff, and Burning Daggers are going to be great with Heartseeker. Acolyte. Acolyte, I feel sad. I feel sad reading Acolyte. Not that I've read it before. I don't mean I felt sad. I don't mean I felt sad. I meant I'm gonna feel sad. That's what I meant to say. You can't beat the allegations. Hope you don't play poker. They are hurting my warlock. Chain him up for a week. He proofread this. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. All right. 2 hours and 11 minutes till the podcast. Guys, he's drinking to chill down, right? Definitely on the payroll. It's Rainbow Rogue. Because you already know. Just wait for season 3. Passive trees for the Warlock. Imperishable threshold node has been reduced from 2% necrotic resistance to 1. Ward nerf. Just imagine Aaron chatting up with his wife like when they first met. Abomination fixed a bug. Bone Curse has been changed a little bit. Misery now requires Sigils of Mortality. Sigils of Mortality can now affect Agony's Bone Curse aura. Just a little change up. Bone Eruption now is 20 base damage from 12. There's a buff, but for the most part, it's the same. Chthonic Fissure. Chthonic Fissure. Now releases spirits 20% less frequently. The Fissure now has a damage effectiveness from 120 to 120 from 100. Why? The Q&A kicks off in 2 hours and 9 minutes. So what they're doing is they're buffing the actual Fissure itself. So the actual, rip in the ground instead of the spirits that fly out of it. The spirits now have a damage effectiveness of 30 to 25. Stygian Current grants 8% increased frequency per point. So they nerfed the frequency of the spirits, and then they also nerfed when you go to buff the spirits coming out. Beacon of Torment's effects now also apply to the Torment yourself via Wheel of Torment. This is a big buff for the Wheel of Torment build. It's not that bad. See, it's not that bad. Yeah. It's not even that big deal. Set shards is definitely adding power. I mean, it is in some cases toast, but you got to remember, if you have a set, that means you are not using a unique legendary. So it would have to be a set bonus that is better than a 2, 3, 4 LP unique legendary. Or a 20-25 Weaver's Will. So that's what I'm saying is that it's I think you have a lot more tools in your tool belt. And yes, in some builds, sets will add power, but not as much as I think people are claiming. Vernal Shade got buffed, so I'm chilling with Warlock. The Fisher itself did damage. I thought it was just for spirits. Yes. Drain Life movement now follows the cursor without delay. Just updated bugs for Drain Life. Dreadshade no longer has a cooldown. Ghost Flame. Spectral Menace indicates. Curse Tag. Nothing. Profane Veil. Fixed 2 bugs. Reaper Form. Fixed 2 bugs. Rip Blood. Fixed a bug. Sacrifice. They lowered the mana cost by 2. Spirit Plague. Putrid Recovery. No. We've been kicked for inactivity. Why did they buff mana on minions? I think they don't. I'll talk about it. Spirit Plague. Putrid Recovery grants 12 ward when hitting an enemy from 4. Summon Skeleton. So all of these. Summon Skeleton. Summon Bone Golem. Summon Skeletal Mage. All of their mana has been reduced. I think right now, EHG doesn't want you as a Necro having to focus so many of your affixes on mana regen. And you do need mana regen because you're resummoning your skeletons and your mages and your golems all the time. So if they remove some of the mana cost, you won't have to invest so much in mana regen, which frees up prefixes for other stuff. All of this is nothing. Zombie got nothing. You know what Zombie lost? They should have put it right here. You can no longer use the experimental affix to make zombies on potion use. Gone. Gone. It's almost like EHG wants players to have fun. They do. They do. They know the vision. Blood Tether got a buff. Shade Eruption got a buff. Hey, this is a good one, guys. You're going to like this one. Flame Whip now has a 300% damage effectiveness from 100. Flame Whip, big buff. Crack the Whip. That might be a good one for the new season. Worked on rubber banding for traversal. All right, moving over to Mage. Nerf Fisher more. Did they fix the issue when playing co-op? The other player always shows offline when trying to invite. I have that same bug. I don't know. Use the spine in your girlfriend's build. Not girlfriend, Ghost Flame build. Well, I'm so used to Medic talking about his other build. Maybe if someone read the bug fixes. I'm not reading 13 pages of bug fixes. Mage. I don't think Mage has that much either. Yeah, Mage is easy. I was guessing Mage is easy. Rune Master passive tree. Fixed a bug. Sorcerer passive tree. Lost Knowledge grants 1 ward per 30 mana spent from 10. Nerfed ward. Arcane Currents threshold bonus grants 100% static chance. From getting 100% stat. Wait. Arcane Currents threshold bonus grants static orb 100% chance to inflict spark charge on hit. From granting 100% spark charge chance on any skill with a 40 mana cost. Fixed a bug where Arcane's current threshold bonus applied 3 points invested instead of 4. Cheaters! Arcane Ascendancy. Now ends whenever you use a movement skill. No! Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You guys probably don't even know what. Yes, you like that? So Arcane Ascendancy basically locks you in place, and but you could still evade with it, and you could still use a movement skill with it. So technically, you could move. Not anymore. Focus for the win. Black Hole has a 300% damage effectiveness increase. Black Hole build will for sure be a thing for this season. The Rifts, Stability, Singularity, all 100% buffs. And Black Hole can drop the Meteor from your skill tree. Black Hole is going places. So that's a good change. Yep. Disintegrate. Disintegrate also got a buff. Laser Focus grants 40% less damage from 60 and no longer causes less ailment chance. Magnify grants 60% more damage. Glass Cannon grants 1% increased damage taken per point at tier 2, doubled at tier 3 from 5. Disintegrate can now hit targets on inclining surfaces. This is the kind of stuff where, like, you don't realize how terrible it is, but then when you get it, you're like, wow. So you can basically hit different elevations now with the beam. It's very nice. Holy that one. Okay, Beamer. Raza likes that one. Elemental Nova got a 20% damage effectiveness buff. Fire Nova now grants 8% multiplicative damage. Ash Frenzy grants 5% multiplicative damage. This one, Arcane, now grants 8% more and 5% increased area from 8 and 5. Updated the Lightning Nova description. Freezing Cascade now has a 3-second cooldown from 5. Fireball, Frosty LaRue. Fireball, we've been cooking. What's up, Muffin? Frosty, Fireball. It's the same. They just fix bugs. Everybody, EHG is in chat. Don't say anything. Where Muffin in chat is shh, LE61. Shh. EHG ban Aaron. The Muffin Man. Hey guys. Muffin, the person you see in chat right now, is in charge of the back end systems. Another way of saying that would be servers and stability. Servers. Servers take our energy. Good luck, Muffin. Servers take my energy. Very dangerous over short distances. Blood sacrifice. Servers are going to be a girthy turtle. Yeah, guys. Muffin is in chat right now. Oh, so he is the guy. Yeah. Don't worry, Muffin's confident. He feels good. Me and Muffin. This is me and Muffin. We were at a conference that shall not be named, but it's me and Muffin. Conference that shall not be named. Both of you need to grow out a beard. Here we go. Here we go. Always enjoy speaking to Muffin in game. The conference that shall not be named. Aaron was on a D4 conference. I knew it. I'm trying to remember what conference it was. I can't. It's not coming to me right now. I can't remember which one it was. Sorry, I can't remember. Agent 0000. Thanks for the sub. Paula, thanks for the prime sub. Sure, Aaron. Fine. It was me and Muffin at the BlizzCon. Blizzard was in your head. What? All right, back to the patch notes. See, Muffin EHG comes.
You lie!
I knew it. Yeah, Paula. Hey, funny. He caved to the fake druid in D4. All right, Paul, got it. Oh, I never even saw the timer. In 1 hour and 56 minutes, we kick off the EHG Tour of the Erased podcast with me and Frosty LaRue. Can you ask if they plan to ever add a rune that adds... No, they're not going to. I can ask about, like, super duper rare runes, like mere rarity. I think that's fine. Got it. Will Frosty's wife go... So if you guys don't know, Frosty LaRue, my co-host, his wife is due tomorrow. Frosty's going to be a new dad. He is welcoming his first to the family. Baby girl. Tomorrow is the due date. So, yeah, he's got a backup plan if he's got to run out. Aw, congrats to Frosty. I know. Aaron asked him if the capybara will ever be a spare MTX. All right, I'm adding it. A Weaver, baby? Somebody yesterday, I was dying. I was like, that is actually hilarious. They're like, oh, a baby girl Frosty's having. They should name her Ellie. Ellie. Get it? L-E. You guys don't get it. You don't. It's not that funny. I thought it was funny. See, Frosty's in chat. He thinks it's funny. Pure dad joke. Ellie, just know what? What's wrong with that idea? Well, other people are like, Frosty, since he's #1 Diablo 4 super fan, he should just call her Lilith. I was like, no. I'll laugh at your jokes if you send me an Ellie hoodie. You like my hoodie? I've got my Last Epoch EHG hat. My LE hoodie. Look, I got all kinds of merch. No LE underwear. I don't have LE underwear. I do have Last Epoch socks. Wouldn't be the first person to name their daughter after a video game. This guy named Robin Williams named his daughter after a small game, Zelda. Let me know when you got my hoodie. I don't even remember what the socks look like. Can you ask that they fix the 2-second delay from hovering over the ground items when on controller? Got it. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of time to go over questions too. And their kid was born on 11/11/11. Okay, we are back. All right, we took a break from reading patch notes. We are back on to the Mage updates. Firebrand got a 100% damage effectiveness boost. Flame Reeve got a 40% damage effectiveness boost. Flame Rush got nothing, but again, every movement skill has been reworked to feel better and smoother. Flame Ward fixed a couple bugs. Focus. Ask if the Void Knight will get Void minions and companions for the Void Portal. Do you know if they made it easier for gamepads to select your minion to buff with Shade? Can you ask about the Nemesis enemies spawned by the beacons not giving XP? Quick question sent to you on Discord. No rush. Who is that? Humble has gifted a sub to Bam. What's up? Will there be a summary later on YouTube? So I've been thinking about this. Maybe like a top 10, a top 20, like shocks from the patch notes, something like that. If you guys just got here, we are reading through. I shouldn't say reading through. We are covering 100 pages. These patch notes are 100 pages long. I actually can't think of a action RPG game since I've been playing action RPGs that has had 100 pages of patch notes. 100. Rip Frostclaw. We're almost at Frostclaw. Thumbnail header. Top 20 shocking changes. Is the game broken? The most detailed extreme patch notes ever. Is it 100 for... Yeah, it's 100 pages of patch notes. 100 pages. 13 pages are bug fixes. Now... we haven't got to the bug fixes yet, but people are telling me it's 13 pages. I'm not sure if that's right because I haven't got there yet. Corrected the description and focus. Overcharge now has a maximum of 2 points from 5. They buffed overflow. The absolute best patch notes ever. Energy battery deals 25% more mana gained while channeling. Chilling aura, burning aura, and shocked aura. 4% less damage from 5. Iron stance. Humble's giving out subs today. Mazza. Congrats. Thanks, Humble. Rip Birdie build. Yeah, so far the nerfs we have seen is Ballista and Dive Bomb. Those are the two that we've covered so far. Focus has a brand new unique item coming, and it's called Mana Guide, and it's going to unlock Archon mode. So Power Overwhelming is coming to the game with Archon mode. It's pretty cool. And you can move as you channel Focus. So it's like Warpath, but you're shooting lightning everywhere. It's really cool. Yeah. Oh, it'll for sure be a build guide. I love Ellie. I love Ellie. I love Ellie. Who else is gifting? Elusive. See? Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Humble, thanks for the subs. How you doing? Welcome, everybody. Ellie cooked. Humble, thanks for another sub. Frostclaw. Let's see how Frostclaw did this patch. Let's see how Frostclaw did this patch. My friend Frozen Sentinel, is he happy or sad? Bright Frost no longer cleanses ailments on you when you cast Frostclaw, so no guaranteed cleanse. Shiver Shell grants 3 ward on cast from 4, no big deal. Veil grants 1 ward per 60 freeze rate multiplier from 40. Hand and Volley have swapped positions, with Volley requiring Bright Frost, while Hand requires Volley of Glass. Volley of Glass grants 100% mana cost from 90. Hand of Mord grants 4 mana per 2. Fix the rotation of projectiles. What does this mean? Frozen Sentinel, where are you? I need to pull up the skill tree. Does this murder it? This has to do this. I got a feeling this is a big one. I don't know. I don't know it off the top of my head. Can we ask EHG when you're going to get a physical merchandise? Dude, they ask every Friday on the dev stream. I mean, Frostclaw looks fine to me. It looks fine to me. Humble's gifted another sub to Thanos. Guilty, can you add the merch thing on the questions? They asked that in Try's interview already. I know, Bunny. It keeps getting asked. Frostwall. Fixed a couple bugs. Enchant Weapon. Updated the VFX. Glacier. Unchanged. Glyph of Dominion. Fixed a couple bugs. Ice Barrage. Got a boost to damage on overall damage effectiveness. Bright Lance and Nailed Shot. Ice Barrage got a little love. Lightning Blast. Lightning Blast. One of the quintessential skills of the Mage. Judd did talk about merchandise he wanted to see. The hovering Ellie logo. I want it. He did. Thanks, Guilty. I want a Capybara plushie. Oh my gosh. Humble's just donating 1 sub every few minutes. I'm playing Seasonal, Beastmaster, Summon Bear / Summon Sabertooth. We haven't gotten to Primalist yet. There's something in Primalist you guys haven't seen yet. Meteor. Meteor has a 50% boost to damage effectiveness. Twin Meteors grants an additional meteor. Adds 50 mana cost from 70. Meteor Shower grants an additional meteor. Rain of Fire grants an additional meteor. Fixed an issue with Meteor. Of course, Meteor gets a blast. This is Judd, the game creator's favorite skill. Humble, thanks for the sub again. Don't forget, everyone, today we're giving away a free copy of Last Epoch. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. Runic Invocation, fixed the bug. Oh, I didn't even... Oh, yeah, we read it. Oh, no. We didn't read Lightning Blast. I skipped it. I'm sorry. Back to Lightning Blast. New base effects. Chains to an additional enemy for each time it has been directly cast for 4 seconds up to 2. The arcing power node raises the chain limit. So they have changed the base of how Lightning Blast functions. Overcharge got a buff. Quadruple got a buff. Crit chance got a buff. Convergence now has explained text. And then they fixed some bugs. So Lightning Blast, overall, I would say, big buff. Meteor, Runic Invocation fixed a bug. Shatter Strike now culls frozen enemies below 10% health. It's pretty cool. Obliteration now culls enemy thresholds from 50% increased. Yogi Bear needs a Twitch emote. Oh my gosh. So since I'm playing Bear, you guys are going to bring out bear puns and bear emotes. Is that what you're saying? Please help me choose a build, Ballista or Frostclaw. Don't play either of those. Why would you play Ballista or Frostclaw? Pick something. That was so last season. Grizzly Adams. Yes, so bear with us, barely, polka bear, unbearable. These are all barely good. Thorn Totem still good. We haven't made it to Primalist yet. What's after this one? Primalist is next. We're almost there. Static has been reworked. Over 8 charges, you expend 10 charges to cast Lightning Blast at a nearby enemy every second. So Lightning Blast has been moved into static and automated. Overload now targets enemies within 8 meters from 4. Unstable has been reworked. Lightning Blast, critical strikes, 25% chance per charge. Diob has been reworked. Lightning Blast from Overload, 100% or 1% a critical strike. Unlimited Power has been reworked. Lightning Blast from Overload consumes 25% less Lightning Blast mana cost. That's not very good. Power Surge now only grants a damage bonus on direct use. Okay, Static's been reworked. Static Orb. Mana charged grants 2% maximum mana as additional mana cost per point from 4. It can now only grant up to 100 additional mana cost from this effect from no limit. Overcharge detonation grants 1% more orb damage hit per mana cost from 2. Can't keep bearing all these goodies. Static got. Bye Static Orb. I mean, just very simply, they cut its damage in half basically, and then they made it where you can only up to 100 additional mana from no limit. It's not, I mean, it's not dead. It's fine. It's just not flourishing. Not flourishing. Humble XCN is coming to Binance. Not financial advice. Oh, geez. Nah, that one is dead. What? It's dead. Nerf equals dead. Not powerful. Guys, it's fine. That is the first real dead one. I think it's probably fine. Surge's tidal wave went up 310% damage effectiveness, fixed a bug. Teleport, they fixed some bugs and made it where it looks better. Rip Static Orb. I'm sure it's fine. It's not broken, it's dead. ARPG players on average. All right, let's cover Beastmaster. Primalist. Aaron, hi Hog. Let's cover Primalist. Yes, Hog, I see your message. Hello. Have you seen the PoE 2 tweet? from April 11th to April 17th. Okay, it does end on the 17th. Complete the Path of Exile 2 quest on Discord to receive an exclusive animated avatar. All you need to do is accept the quest and play the game for 15 minutes with the Discord chat opened. I wanted to see if the needle moved. It hasn't moved. There's more reviews coming in, and the needle's still not moving. Path of Exile 2 on its last 12,500 reviews is currently a 39%. It's moved to a 75% overall rating because of the mostly negative. Last Epoch on its last 588 reviews is at an 85%, mostly positive, or very positive, and its overall is a 77%, mostly positive. I can't believe they're... So what Hog is saying is that, yes, the event that they are pushing ends on the 17th. It's not gonna take anything away. It's not like they're dropping an event on the 17th to try and hurt EHG. I think what Hog is trying to say is that it comes, like, you know, whether you agree or disagree, it kind of comes across as desperate. Like, hey, please come back into the game and play it for 15 minutes. And if you come back into the game and play it for 15 minutes, we're going to give you this cool thing. Like, please come back and try it. Hey, come idle in town for 15 minutes. So this is a desperation attempt to do that. Hold on, we're getting back to the patch notes in 1 second. Sorry to derail. No, thanks. It's good. I'm glad you told me. All right. It was actually the perfect time for you to come in and say that because we just finished the Mage section. Everybody, we are 90 minutes. 90. 92 minutes until the final tour of the Erased podcast. Myself and Frosty LaRue will be welcoming Carve, Judd, Ross, and Mike into the town portal. They are so insecure about Last Epoch, even Ziz said he thinks they are worried. Dude, you watch that video from Judd that he put out today? That's some good stuff in there. I don't even want to keep their Discord avatar forever. First time LE player here. Started last week, and I can't wait for the new patch. I love it. What video? At the top of the patch notes, there's a video. We watched it first. All right. Let's move on. Don't worry, everybody. Even if we don't finish the patch notes, we'll jump back to it. I will give time to go over questions. So we've got some questions prepared, and we will have time to go over them before the podcast. All right? Don't worry. LE 24-hour peak is nearly at 4,000 now. Tired of winning it? Listen. All this hype, all this excitement, right? Don't start counting your trophies yet before the game starts. Like, we gotta, don't get complacent. Linda, listen. Exactly. All right. Beastmaster passive tree. Porcupine Constitution grants aspect of the board 10% increase health regen per 15. Small nerf. Very, very small. Ancestral speed grants 7% increased attack speed and cast speed to your totems. From only affecting cast speed. Buff or re-change to totems for the better. Skills, Avalanche, fixed a bug, updated its tooltip. Earthquake. Earthquake has less damage effectiveness, so the damage effectiveness went down. Aftershocks got nerfed, and increased aftershock duration got nerfed. But when you're looking at this, yes, Earthquake got a little nerf, but understand that Baldur's Wrath, one of the main Earthquake uniques, you'll be able to Earthquake twice as fast if you're using that unique. So there's going to be ways to get around this. Storm Rift fully converts Earthquake's base physical damage to lightning from 50. Saturn Strike grants 15% more damage per hit to chilled or frozen enemy from 40. Thunderbright now also grants 10% multiplicative damage per lightning. Fixed a couple bugs. If you didn't notice, you only get to keep the PoE2 Discord avatar for 2 months. Then you lose it. So hold on a second. I'm sorry. Let me see if I understand this correctly. GGG is saying, participate in our new event. Update PoE2. Play the game for 15 minutes while having the PoE2 Discord opened, and you will be granted a new Discord PoE2 avatar. And then 2 months later, you lose it. Is that... Is there anything in there I missed? That is so laughable, it's unreal. But am I missing something? That's crazy. Wait, what? Temporary cosmetics. You lose the avatar. Yeah, they lose it. I put the image in Discord. Avatar decoration, 2 months. That is so bad. All right. Entangling Roots. Fixed a bug. Atera's Blessing. Fixed a bug that was not hitting the lowest ally. Gathering Storm. Tempest weapons added spell damage 50% less effectiveness when applying Storm Totem through its unmatched Storm node. Maelstrom. Maelstrom got a boost to its damage effectiveness, a boost to Eye of the Storm, a boost to Frozen Abyss, and fixed 2 bugs, so Maelstrom got some love. Serpent, this one's funny. Serpent Strike. A lot of people don't even know this minion's in the game. There is a snake, a serpent minion that you can get with Primalist. And they buffed... It's horrible, by the way. They buffed its range and its movement speed. Spriggan Form. Veiltide no longer grants +1 max Veil Spirits per point, and now grants 40 rage gained per point, and 40% more multiplicative damage for Entangling Roots cast this way from 30. So, Machine Gun Spriggan may be the character that we have been playing, got a little buff to its Entangling Roots. Not a big one. Serpent meta, not a big one, a little one. A little one. Unmatched Storms now grants Storm Totem 20% less damage. Storm Totem took a 20% nerf. Summon Bear. Summon Bear. My Season 2 starter. Summon Bear now gains 20 health and 20 health per level from 18. Forceful Swipes now also grants 1 melee physical damage for the bear per 3 of your strength, and cooldown for the bear swipe is now 2. Are you guys ready for this? Updated bear's swipe attack speed to match the players, making it 57% faster. No wonder why you're... What? What? Guys, I didn't know about this. I didn't know about that. He already read it. I didn't know. This just happened to... This was a total... I wasn't sure. He admitted it. Ban him. Bears are back on the menu, boys. Insider trading. What? Okay, Nancy. Come on. Lies? Okay. Busted, sir. What?
I reckon you're a filthy liar.
Come on, guys. It's me. Guys? Guys? You're embarrassing. All right, guys. It's honestly not that big of a buff, okay? They've taken Summon Bear and basically giving it a boost to its base damage. It's almost like you have a third weapon. All right. They also made it that instead of swiping every 5 seconds with the cooldown, you could swipe about every 0.8 second. They also doubled, its attack speed and gave it more life. They also buffed the bear set, and they gave a new single minion amulet. It's not that good. It's okay. That's a huge buff. No, it's okay. It's okay. So minimal changes. Yeah. I mean, even though the current bear we already killed Aberoth with, I think with these couple of changes, it'll be barely noticeable. Exactly. Now he's trying to minimize it. No, I'm just... bear skill was the worst skill in the game. Exactly. Hey, what's up, Talkative? How's the patch notes so far? Well, if you haven't looked at it yet, it is 1 100 pages. Yeah, we're playing off-meta bear. Insider, uniques, knowledge, bear. Guys, come on. Talkative Try, I think it's the biggest patch notes in the history of ARPGs. It is 100 pages. Bear has always been meta. Okay, first off, Panda, that is a filthy lie. Summon Bear is legitimately the worst skill in the game. Yes, we killed Aberoth with it. So, I mean, this new Bear will probably be a little stronger, but not a ton. It'll probably be just a little better than the old Bear. Just a little, they buffed it a small amount. A little? It's barely a lie. At least 57% better. I'm going Hail Arrows Markman again to race. There you go. That grin? What? First, just to be clear though, even if Bear is way better, which it is way better, it's still slow as hell. So just to be clear, you're still dealing with a single minion build and your clear speed is still garbage. So I do think it's important to note that yes, Summon Bear is way better, but it's still slow as hell. So, Aaron has to work on his sarcasm skills. What? What? Summon Sabretooth, by the way. We're going to play Summon Bear and Summon Sabretooth literally simultaneously because the other 4 skills and passives are almost identical. So we'll be able to test both simultaneously. Sabretooth now triggers Fury swipes when a leap is triggered by Fury Leap, if both trees are specialized appropriately. You can now now when you use your Fury Leap, your Sabretooth does its companion ability. You're now able to bring out Ancestral Hunters, basically a new pack of Sabretooths to fight with you. Again, small little thing. Gonna be awesome. Correct. Fixed a bug on Scorpions. Orange, where are you at? The baby Scorpion summoned by Summon Scorpions node was not spawned until you dismissed and resummoned the Scorpions. Baby Scorpions are fixed a bug. Stormcrows fixed 2 bugs. Thorn Totem was barely changed. Venom Tip Totems gets an extra 5% on their chance to poison. But it only costs 4 points now. So basically you're saving 1 skill point. Ancestral Winds got a 7% multiplicative. And Ancient Power got a 7% multiplicative. Babies are back on the menu. Set your build to Bear. No one's playing Spriggan. Oh. There. How's that? Summon Wolf. Fixed Summon Wolf going on double cooldown when Pack Hunter. Swarm Blade. Never Ending Drove grants 25% more Locust Swarm duration per point. So multiplicative duration on Locust Swarm. That's cool. Fix the build on Plague for Locust Swarm. Swipe! What is a Spriggan? You love Spriggan. Claws of Stone now also grant 10% chance per point to summon a Claw Totem when you hit a rare boss or enemy. This effect has a chance on kill. Now have been a shared 4-second cooldown. So inside of Swipe, nobody ever takes chance to summon Claw Totem because it's based upon on death, and they switched it to now on hit for rare and bosses. So it's going to be way easier to summon Claw Totems in the times you want them summoned. Sabretooth's Endurance grants 3% health regen per stack of Aspect of the Panther from 15. Nerf. Tempest Strike, base area buff. Tornado. Up. Primalist got a lot of stuff. I think they're gearing up. They know Primalist needs some love. Ah, yes. Tornado buff. My starter. You're going to start with Tornado? Tornado what? Let me think. Tornado. Tornado. Swarm Blade. Shaman? A Shaman Tornado build? Yeah, no Scorpion build. LOL. Aaron's got to make one. Deletes Harbingers in 2 seconds? That's not fun. Actually, maybe it is fun. After the Smythe build? All right, Tornado. Tornado now costs 22 from 25. Damage effectiveness from 125 to 75. Or from 75 to 125. Buff. Debris grants 3% more multiplicative. Stormbringer now also grants 10% increase area effect per point. Its maximum point has been increased by 4. Druid control requires 2 points into strength of air from 3. Ignite swirl. Igniting swirl ignites every 2 seconds. Inferno has been reworked and now grants 50% chance to ignite and fixed a bug. So not a huge... they definitely are going to move the needle with Tornado. That is a buff. Upheaval. I'm not going to have enough time with all these builds, right? Aaron, I started late catching up, but I just got to the part where you were upset about the turtle of enormous girth. It's a popular line from Stephen King. It's in the book It, and is a huge part of the lore in the Dark Tower series. Really? All right, that makes sense. See, guys, EHG is just there. That's what it is. They need to make tornadoes less eye cancer. That's pretty funny. I think you did a huge mistake to give the race where we need to kill Uber Aberoth. You know I'm a pro on that boss and his mechanic. Den, have you seen the movie Taken? Good luck. Upheaval, Master of the Totem now stacks 4 times from Unlimited. You little cheaters. This is also a direct nerf to Storm Totem. Now it's a damage effectiveness 150 from 135. Added a new node connected to Upheaval Totem strength roots. Upheaval Totems have 2 seconds of duration per point. Deal 8% more multiplicative. Rip. Nope, you haven't seen it. Upheaval Totem now states the totems have a base duration of 8 seconds. Cold Front now grants Frostbite. Brutish Engagement has been clarified to state the damage bonus is based on your distance to the enemy from the totem. And fixed a bug. Warcry, we already know about this. Berserk's going to 1.5 seconds from 1. Werebear form. Oh my gosh. Please help Werebear form where it doesn't hit everything when it rampages. Okay. All right, everybody. There you go. 5 classes have been broken down. If you have not been paying attention, this is what we have covered. It stopped showing. You ran out of memory? I have a headache. Don't get a headache. Don't get a headache. You're fine. All right, we're back at the top. All right, so let's see where we're at. Oh my God. Now we're back at the top. Scrollers are going to scroll. Haters are going to hate. Potatoes are going to potato. That's true. You're not Mike. Where's Mike? Mike will be here in 71 minutes. Looks like 1 or 2 pages. All right. In an hour and 11 minutes, this weirdo Aaron Action RPG's Twitch channel, we'll be talking to Judd Ross, Mike, and Carve for the final Tombs of the Erased. The Woven, Endgame, Champions, Monolith, Dungeon, General Skills, Passive Skills, Rogue, Acolyte, Mage, Primalist are done. So all we have left, guys, all we have left on the patch notes is loot, players, affixes, enemies, items, sets, Circle of Fortunes, Merchants Guild, game improvements, gamepad targeting, mastery keyboard, inventory, auto sorting, item pickup, offhand weapons, seasonal announcements, loot filter, character, bug report, game guide, skills, enemies, voice acting, environment, visuals, MTX supporter packs, MTX improvements, eternal supporter packs, new Epoch points, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more pages of bug fixes. So we're almost at this point. So another 1.5, almost done. Yeah. It's practically nothing, you know. I'm going to miss the podcast. Stupid work. Are you posting it to YouTube after? Of course. Just 1 to 2 pages to go. So he skipped 90% and he's almost done. Got it. Correct. We are on loot. Oh, and each one of these is like has subsections. I didn't count all the subsections. Sorry. Isn't this supposed to take you down there? Uh-oh. Oh, looks like we're scrolling. Don't look for a minute. It's gonna hurt your eyes. Bro, the patch notes are not working very good. Please make a 3-minute video on YouTube after with a full recap. I ain't refreshing. I'm afraid it's going to go like page not found. Patch the patch notes. Even trying to do control find was not working at all. Black hole is going to be fun. I got a feeling black hole people are going to come up with something. A 300% boost to damage effectiveness. A boost to how long the black hole's alive. Boost to recovery speed and multiplicative damage. 50% more damage with singularity. I think black hole's going to be fun. No, this jumps too fast. Wait, here we go. All right, we made it. We're back. We're back. Hell yeah. Yes, we're back. I think everybody, we will chat. We'll go over the patch notes for another 30-ish minutes, and then we have to switch into podcast mode. All right, so we'll go another 30-ish minutes. And then we'll start testing everything, getting questions, and talking through podcast stuff. Sure. Well, we're an hour away, and I haven't even prepped anything. All right, here we go. We're done with all the passives and skills. We're moving on to loot and enemy rarity balance. Whose fault is that? Magic and rare enemies are tougher and drop more items, but regular enemies drop less items. Okay, so this is different. Some of the items from large explosions of loot are exchanged for extra gold, and gold drops in multiple piles when a large amount of drops at once. By the way, if you guys did not know this, they expanded the pickup range in Last Epoch by I believe 40%. 40% bigger pickup range. Oh my gosh, thank you. So you don't have to walk on top of all the gold. Fix a long-standing bug that caused rare item drops rate to massively spike at a level of 51 and then decrease as area level increases. Enemies now have 10% more health at level 100, scaling up from 0. More at level 20. Exiled mages have 5% more health at level 100, scaling linearly up from 25% less health at 0. Rune prisons spawn slightly less frequent by default, but don't worry, there is a woven echo where you could spawn tons of rune prisms. Loot lizards spawn less frequently by default. Lizards now take 45 seconds to flee from 40. This feels almost too generous. Do you guys know that if you punch a loot lizard, you have 45 seconds to unburden it? That's a long time. How about do it properly and not require you to move to pick up an item? This is a waste of processing time on their part and makes loot pickups janky. Well, I mean, it's a step in the right direction. Step in the right direction. We need 50 seconds? Oh, geez. Magic enemy changes. Grant 115% more health from 105. Adds 100% of expected health for level as base health from 70%. Deal 60% more damage from 50. Drops 105% more items than regular enemies from 150. Rare enemy changes. 160% more health, 2% per level. Added 250% expected health level for the base. See this? It's a little bit of power creep, but they're giving the enemies more life. Deal 90% more damage from 85. Drop 520% more items than regular enemies from 400%. Player health and ward changes. Ward? I thought they got rid of ward. Nobody uses ward. Why don't they just delete it from the game, you know? Rip ward? No, ward's gonna be as good as ever. More rewarding for harder working. You get a buff if you get a buff. Ward's actually just as good, if not better. Health gained per character level has been increased from 10 to 8. So what this means is that at level 100, you will have 200 more base life. So right off the bat, this change takes care of you lose the double health idle. Added health affix values are slightly higher. Health regen affix values are slightly higher. Added a new health plus health regen affix to make scaling health regen a more viable option. Oh my gosh, this is so nice. This is so nice. That's great. I know. Stout idols no longer spawn with the added health suffix. Existing affixes have been converted to elemental resistance suffix. Reduce the accessibility of ward generation from lots of quick hits. So what they've done is a lot of people, based upon your attack or cast speed, the more you hit, the quicker you could generate ward. They're trying to move away from that and limit it, but you can get ward in other ways. At least health is now competitive. I agree. Reduce the ward retention provided by intelligence to 2% from 4%. I think maybe this should be 1%. I don't know. It's still so good, even at 2%. It used to be 8, and then they limited it to 4, and now they cut it again in half to 2. Potions now heal 50 plus 10% of your levels. Yep. Rip my ward wraith build. Bunny, it's still fine. It's still fine. Affixes. Okay, new affix suffix. Ward per second plus ward decay threshold. This spawns on rings and amulets. This first, so just right off the bat, on both of your rings and your amulet, you could get 40 ward per second and 230 ward decay threshold. So if you took this affix at T7 on all 3 slots, that is 120 ward per second at 690 ward decay threshold. It is ridiculous. I found you through Crossout. I'm thinking of checking out this game finally. What's up, Radio? You should. Maybe you'll win it today. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. After the podcast, we're going to draw a free copy of Last Epoch. Who is that? Uncle John is raiding? Mods, can you give Uncle a shout out? Dude, heck yeah, I need that. I know. Last Epoch is currently being searched more on Google than PoE. Well, I mean, it's a big day. Today is the, I think, largest patch notes maybe in the history of action RPGs. 100 pages of patch notes. 100. And everybody, we are now exactly 1 hour away from the 4th Tour of the Erased podcast. Me and Frosty LaRue will be welcoming EHG, Judd, Ross, Mike, and Carve into the town portal. Into the town portal in an hour. And I'm not even nervous. Like, I'm sure it's gonna work great. You know? Sure it'll be fine. All I care about is who named the weapon Bearded Axe of Wounding, because they need a raise. It'll be great. I'm sure it'll work fine. He's so nervous. Now the wife's in here. I'm not nervous. Okay, wow. I gotta manage everything. It'll be fine. I want to run a full bearded set. No one is nervous. Is right. It's over 29,000 words. PoE 3.25 was 30,000. So it's arrived to major issues. Oh, great. You should do a fun poll on how many Steam players we think the launch will be. Sure. Poll. I apologize, everybody on YouTube. I see you. Twitch poll. How many concurrent players coming season 2? How many concurrent players coming season 2? Its top ever is 264,000. It is currently sitting at its 24-hour peak of 4,090. On April 17th, it's getting its largest update ever. I always ask the same thing. Please answer the poll honestly. And again, Uncle John, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We'll do a 10-minute poll. How many concurrent players coming to LE Season 2? 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 plus. Poll at the top of chat on Twitch. Make your voices heard. Right now we're at 4,100. All-time peak 264,000. Current guesstimates are about 2 million copies sold worldwide. Less than 100,000. So what do you think? 70, 80,000? There is no way it's going to be 300. Stop being delusional. Everybody poll at the top of Twitch chat. Make your voices heard. 80, 90,000. I think 300. The servers are going to fry 30,000. No, it'll for sure be more than that. Just so everybody's aware, the unmarketed, basically unmarketed season 1 pulled 71,000. 71,000 into more competition, I guess the same competition, and nobody even knew anything. It pulled 71,000. So there's no way it'll be less than 71. There's no way it doesn't not beat its old one. No way. No, I refuse to believe that. Unless the servers just explode. But by that time, it'll be building up. With PoE 2 sucking, 400k is in reach for sure. Oh, for sure it's going to be over 100,000 with all the crap that has happened over the last week. It's going to slam 300 to 400. Top of Twitch chat, make your voices heard. How many players are coming? Roughly 2 million copies sold. Season 2, Tombs of the Erased hype. Current top, 264. 150? I think 150 is reasonable. +. The struggling of PoE 2 will open the door for many to at least test it. Just so everybody's aware, the first question on the podcast, which starts in 55 minutes, will be about servers. Oh my gosh. What are they doing? EHG is telling me they're sending me more stuff for the podcast. Uh-oh. The YouTube video got to 229 million. 295 million. Leaked? No. Yes, keep sending stuff. Oh, medic. Medic, guess what they're sending me? Actually, never mind. Never mind. Correct, Raven. OMG, the capybara mount. It just hit the internet. It's already been on the internet. All right, everybody. Poll at the top of chat. How many concurrent players coming to Last Epoch Season 2? Right now, we've got 200 votes on Twitch chat. And currently, 41%, 72 of the votes, is at 300,000. Sorry for the spam. Please ask for improvements for trading. Like what? You mean like price to be able to price items? When will the Nexus store have supporter packs? I don't know. They said all the supporter packs are coming to the Nexus store. I'm not sure when. They're going to promote seamless controller and keyboard mouse support to jab PoE, I bet. Price check would be nice. I know. The update deserves 500,000. Listen, I'm using the word elated. Coming from 264,000 and dropping to 71,000 felt terrible. Man, that was just like, oh. If they go 264,000 to 71,000 and then bump back up to 200,000, I would be so happy. I will be disappointed if it's under 150, and I'd be very happy if it's over 200. 200's what I want. Casting my vote. Should buy it now or wait for the update. Yeah, it's always an ask, not a tell. But my Nexus store, when they update it, will have all the new supporter packs. So you could buy Last Epoch and the new supporter packs through here. But, you know, if you want to support the channel. But as long as you're supporting EHG, I would be happy. EHG should offer a 2-month Discord avatar. Very funny. 200 is safe. 500 would be beyond game-changing. I don't think they could handle 500,000 people. I don't know. I'll buy from your side, Aaron. Thanks, Medic. The Nexus store stuff, the new Nexus purchases just aren't in yet. But they will be here. Depends on how many units are sold originally. The current estimate is 2 million. They've sold 2 million copies, right around there. It's close to 2 million. Muffin, the MVP. Oh yeah, so if you guys don't know the Muffin Man, he's helps run all the back end stuff. 2 million, that's not bad for an indie company, but that's 2 million over 7 years. So from Kickstarter game creation to now, it's right around 2 million. I know it's still really good. What is your too early opinion of Uber Aberoth viable builds? I honestly don't know. I just know he is a very, very challenging fight. I would venture 0.1% of the entire population of Epochers have ever attempted Aberoth, the regular one, and it's going to be like 0-1. Karn's on Last Epoch now too. Everyone's building up. Oh my gosh. The supporter pack prices are unbelievable. You can get all 4 supporter packs, which also give you $30 in-game currency for $60. I'm hoping the game will take off. If it does, EHG needs to be ready to scale their dev team. Sold. Wait, what? All right. All right, I guess this is a good time. Hold on a second. I got you. I'm going to answer some questions right now. I got you. Don't worry. Whoa, that's loud. All right. You can't see me, but you can hear me. Everybody, Last Epoch is going to offer you all 4 supporter packs. All 4 supporter packs, including $30 of in-game credit to buy in their MTX store for a grand total of $60. It's real. It's real. OMG Capybara. Yeah, so we were all talking about the new supporter packs. And we're like, how much are these suckers going to cost us? They spent so much time and built up this cosmetic team. Because honestly, their cosmetics aren't very good. Like they haven't been comparable to Torchlight, Diablo, Path of Exile. Their cosmetics have not been great. So they've beefed up these teams. We have all new cosmetics that are of much higher quality, and you can get the Woven Traveler, the Woven Vanquisher, the Woven Templar, and the Woven Legend. So all 4 supporter packs with $30 of in-game currency for $60. So all 4 supporter packs for $60. Also, there's going to be a ton of MTX that aren't in the supporter packs that you can use it for. Is there any bow or quiver stuff? Yes. Yes. When? On here, it just says April 17th. So again, I always say it's an ask, not a tell, but if you get it through my Nexus store, it supports the channel. Spoilers! Yes, there is MTX for bows. I think I can say that, right? I think everything's out in the open. Their patch notes are out, right? Right? Oh, I see. There ain't no way that's $60. You definitely misunderstood. Probably $30 per tier. Nope. DM Mike lawsuit. Read them right now. What did I... Guys? Aaron's about to drop some good dirt on this podcast. I hope so. Podcast kicks off in 44 minutes. Aaron's getting sued. Sir leaks a lot. You guys, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Your career is over, dude. You know what we're talking about. Don't listen to him, EHG. Don't listen. Mom, why did we lose our house? Your dad leaked. Don't listen. I really want more shields to match the sets. Just feels bad otherwise. I just work here. Brand risk. All right. Everybody, I'm going to do my best here. Oh my gosh. There's going to be so much. Hit me. Hit me. Questions. Who has questions for EHG? Who's got questions for... I'm not taking all of them. Also, they can be funny questions for behind... between two portals. Delphos, thanks for the raid. Ping me at Aaron. Say put at Aaron. $60 for 4 is crazy. How can they be so awesome? The vision. All right, let me add the vision just as a reminder. All right, got the vision. All right, I'm going to slow down the chat. Mobs to pets when? Oh, like reanimate? When can we get specters in Ellie? Okay. Void Portal 2.0 when? Stop it. To EHG, is Aaron a good leaker? Tell Judd, does he have a vision? Oh my gosh. Can you go ahead and fix Aaron's NDA? Why do you nerf the COF refracting lens? Can you talk a little bit of how you have prepared for season 2 on the back end? I've got that question. I've got that. Please ask if the Switch is part of the console goal. It's not. Aaron, can you ask if skill trees increase time rot chance like on a racing strike applies to the time rot 1% chance? Okay. It's a good technical question. Got it. Character creation when? No, they're not working on that right now. Trading within party members, easier to hear, easier for hear found when playing together. Resonance easier. They did make resonance easier. Most people never trade player to player. It also reduces chances of RMT and duping. That's why they removed it. Is there any chance to make a node for totems to transform them into auras? Is there any chance to make a node for totems to transform them into auras? Are you just trying to make righteous fire? Tell the truth. Come on. Are set affixes, prefixes, or suffixes, or both? It's a mix of the different sets. Some are suffixes, some are prefixes. Can we get a unique to make the Necro Abomination into a zombie skeleton dragon? Got it. Not important, but out of interest, why aren't matching in-game currency to supporter pack prices? Like, the price of PoE does $30 for the supporter pack, and they also give $30 of in-game currency. I don't know. Their supporter packs are already so cheap, though, right? Like, can they delay another 2 weeks so I can enjoy TLI? Any fun new spell combinations they could show off that haven't been shown yet? No, we don't. I don't have any of that. When can we expect a later Hosen in arenas? Oh my gosh. Ask them, will they be replacing rares with blues? No changes to dancing strikes. No. Could you pretty please ask about the shields? MTX shields? Capybara Raccoon. Can we get a mic? Can we get more Mike Judge streams? EHG is in the chat. Get him out of here. Will there be male and female versions of each class in the future, but it's not a priority? With cocooned items, will there be improvements on how replacing skill point items behave? Otherwise, won't they feel bad to equip? Cocooned items are just items that have not been identified. So if you find a cocooned item and you identify it without a scroll, it has a higher chance of being LP. Any chance for a D3, D4 armory? Yes, armory is in the works, I believe. Will EHG be adding Diablo? Question, can you tell us more about the turtle of enormous girth? Tell the team. Servers, I've got servers. Ask about Linux support. Oh my gosh, there's so many questions. Would EHG ever consider trying to make other races as playable characters? So guys, you got to remember that like character creators, you know, it's actually funny. We were just, as an April Fool's joke, was playing Wolson Lords of Mayhem. And in Wolson's character creator, you know, you could pick your hair and your hair color and your face shape and your eye color. And it's just like, I get it, like more is better, but they haven't finished, you know, the Shaman's final skill and Paladin's final skill and all the rogue base skills. It's just like it seems like such a little priority. Will they be putting together beginning guides for how to play? Tons of that on YouTube. You knew that GGG pays so many people to stream and hype up their game, and LE will never be able to copy the fake hype. That's not, I think that's more of a statement. How long do you expect people to take to level up the Weaver faction? Do you think they might have made endgame crafting slightly too convenient? All right, this question keeps coming up. Did they make Last Epoch too easy? I think that's a good question. Rename character when? Hideouts when? We might already have hideouts on there. Hideouts when? I love that. Will you ever be able to convert damage to whatever you want? No. Righteous Fire and LE when? Technically it's in. Not important, just out of interest. Why they aren't... Oh yeah, I got that. Can we get belt slots? You talking about charms? When will Shaman Totem Maniac build get a variety? When can we see a PvP leaderboard? PvP is not even in the game. We might already have a PvP question. PvP just for fun thoughts. Got it. Can you ask if they figured out the balance between Fortune and Merchant? The Way of Fortune was so strong that in the end game, Circle of Fortune was the best and didn't give incentive to trade with friends. Craven King, believe it or not, they're trying to fix it the other way around. They're trying to provide more power to Circle of Fortune because of the incredible power of Merchant's Guild. Having the ability to just get whatever item you want instantly for free, it is pretty hard to beat that system. Between the games too easy and PvP stands drive me up the wall. Guilty's grabbing questions from YouTube, by the way. Ask when they'll be able to TP to the waypoint of the zone we are already in. Oh, that's actually, I like that. I like that. That's a good question. WASD support is coming this update. LE mousepad merch to buy. I got an LE mousepad. You don't have one? No, I'm just kidding. They need a merch store for sure. Will we ever have guilds? I want to hide out, take my damn money. No charms. There's so much chat, this is impossible. Can you ask if we are planning more campaign skills? Can you ask if they are happy with the state of multiplayer, monolith progression, and plan to improve it? Okay. Oh my gosh. Steel Mage, what's up, brother? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Hello. Holy smokes. We were just taking questions from chat. Steel Mage, welcome. You know what? I have a lot of respect for Steel Mage. I got a lot of respect for Steel Mage. He was one of the few creators that came out and said, hey, Last Epoch is dropping April 2nd. Path of Exile 2 is dropping 4/4. For the first week, I am playing Last Epoch. That's not easy to say in this world. I was really proud of him. I was really proud of him. Steel Mage, thank you so much for the support on Last Epoch. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. At the end of today's podcast, So today we have the right now we have the Town Portal podcast kicking off in 31 minutes. After the podcast, we're going to do a Last Epoch game giveaway. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, type in !giveaway. Yo, I have a question for the podcast. Do hardcore and softcore and solo self-found letter are separate or merged? Okay. Yeah, get in today's giveaway. Win yourself a free copy of LE. Steel Mage, if you're out there, thanks again. Mods, make sure he gets a shout out. EHG right now is sending me clips for the podcast. Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be really fun. Look at all the new giveaways, right? This is going to be really fun. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Ghost, thanks for the 5 subs. It's not, I mean, I didn't say, I just sent, they sent me a clip. Aaron, you could show us. Okay, if I show you guys, you're not going to say anything, right? Oh my gosh. Yes, keep sending Aaron stuff. You can trust us? All right, well, as long as I could trust you guys. As long as I could trust you guys. The leaker strikes again. I don't leak anything. It just seems like I'm leaking stuff because I know what they've said and not said. You know, it's very different. Screenshot time? Stop talking, more posting. Bro, this podcast is going to be insane. Mike said you can do it. Well, if Mike's giving me the confidence, then we're ready. 28 minutes, everyone. All right, everybody, if you're new here at Action RPG, it is written in the bylaws of the channel. I cannot control this. If there's ever a level 2 hype train, the polka must flow until the hype train is over. I know. Enjoy your hype train polka. I can't control it. Don't put those emotes in chat. Don't put the emotes up. I don't have any control. Aaron wouldn't lie about that. Exactly. Okay, everybody, this is what we're going to do. We are 26 minutes away from the Town Portal podcast. Let's watch Judd for a little bit as we get everything ready in the background. All right? This is what we're going to do.
Hello, travelers. I'm Judd Kobler, game director for Last Epoch.
Podcast kicks off 26 minutes. I got to get ready.
And founder of 11th Hour Games. I'm excited to tell you more about the long-anticipated content coming in Season 2, called Tombs of the Erased, releasing on April 17th. For Season 2, we took more time and focused on the things that our players were telling us they'd like to see next, like expanding the endgame, more content variety, balance, and more. Season 2 is truly a massive update, and there's plenty to cover, so let's dive in. In Season 2, you are introduced to the Woven, a new in-game faction. Their followers worship the Weaver, a titan who seeks to create a new world free from the void and other imperfections. When exploring the Monolith of Fate, you'll encounter procedurally generated tombs and cemetery side zones, in which the Weaver has been experimenting with souls and memories to make her new world. The Woven seek to perfect the Weaver's design by sending the traveler to the tombs and cemeteries to cull her flawed creations. These tomb and cemetery side zones are the foundation for interacting with our new in-game systems in Season 2. Inside these zones, you'll find the Woven, who have captured souls for the Weaver and wrapped them in cocoons. Breaking these cocoons open will release the souls, which will then flee and possess nearby enemies. Possessed enemies gain new abilities and increased health and damage, and when slain drop Memory Amber, a new currency used in the Weaver faction. You'll want to collect as much Memory Amber as you can throughout the zones. Tombs and cemeteries will end with a unique boss fight that, if completed, will reward you with the ability to access the Woven Enchanter, which can enchant one of your class-specific idols. Enchanting an idol via the Woven Enchanter will add a new affix of a random tier and an amount of Weaver's Touch. Weaver's Touch is converted to randomly upgrade the affix applied and/or add an additional affix to the idol that can also be upgraded if there's additional Weaver's Touch to be converted, much like the Weaver's Will mechanic. These may have up to 2 enchanted affixes total. This conversion of Weaver's Touch happens as you gain experience while having the idol equipped. The first enchantment of an idol is free. Re-enchanting the same idol costs Memory Amber each time and re-rolls a new enchantment affix, replacing the previous affixes. To keep non-class idols competitive, we've added new idol subtypes with more powerful modifiers as well. Completing a cemetery, the larger of the 2 types of side zones, will also give access to an altar of the Weaver. Altars are used to place the Weaver's constructed realities into the Echo Web, which take form as and are called Woven Echoes. Woven Echoes are a new special itemized type of echoes, glimpses into the Weaver's new world that introduce a lot of exciting new content and rewards to Last Epoch's endgame. These drop from enemies within tombs and cemeteries and can be purchased from the Woven faction NPC, Mask. Woven Echoes will provide new challenges and objectives, such as access to brand new bosses like the Draw Queen and Ignixoros the Antipode Dragon, or enhanced versions of existing bosses like Majasa with new abilities, and even an Uber version of the pinnacle boss Aberoth introduced in Season 1. But beware, defeating Uber Aberoth is only accomplishable by the most skilled players and powerful characters in Eterra.
Summon Bear!
There are many powerful rewards tied to Woven Echoes, such as unique forges giving you special ways to craft items not found anywhere else in the game, access to new unique items only found by defeating these bosses, and even ways to accelerate in-game progression for alt characters by bringing a timeline's corruption up to match the corruption of another character's timeline. We'll go over some Woven Echoes momentarily. So far, there are 37 different types of Woven Echoes being introduced with Season 2, and more to come. Once you've found and completed your first cemetery, you'll catch the attention of Mask, the Weaver's High Priest, who will bring you to the Haven of Silk to tell you more about the Woven and then invite you to join them.
I'm not eligible
Joining
for
a game
Scissorin's
rank
race.
with the Woven will allow you to unlock more Woven Echoes and give you access and points to spend in the new Weaver's Tree. The Weaver's Tree allows you to influence the encounters and rewards in the Monolith of Fate, providing more agency over your in-game experience. Some options include having a chance for Arena Echoes to be replaced with Super Arena Echoes, which contain champion enemies, or having items with Weaver's Will be rolled twice and keeping the higher value of the 2, or sometimes letting a Shade of Orbis ambush you in your Echoes for additional drop.
This is the butcher right here. A random shade of Oribus can sometimes ambush you. Butcher.
And challenge. Some key nodes allow items and woven echoes to be imprinted into the tree, yielding different effects. Like imprinting a woven echo, giving it a chance to spawn in your echo web without placing it via the altar of the weaver in cemeteries. Or imprint an item to make it so that an item of the same type and rarity is granted as an additional reward when completing echoes. Or imprint an item and there will be a chance for enemies in regular echoes to drop a pile of items similar to the imprinted one. There are many fun and exciting options in the Weaver's Tree that allow you to shape your end-game experience and loot hunt. We can't wait to hear your feedback. Now that we've covered the basics, let's talk about a bit more of the interesting itemization and crafting options coming with Season 2, largely enabled via these woven echoes. In Season 2, we're introducing set item crafting, which can be accessed via the Great Bridge Woven Echo. Shattering a set item grants you 1 to 4 set affix shards you can then use to craft your own reforged
Judd has
set
mastered
items.
this. He
Each
has.
set item is associated with one specific shard unique to that set item that when crafted onto an item makes it act as that set item. This means that you can craft your own reforged set items that count for the set's bonuses.
This is the best set system in the history of action RPGs. Build your own sets.
And you can mix and match these by using the original set items together with the reforged set items. You can craft these onto different item subtypes. Only one type of set affix shard can be applied to any individual item, and this item cannot be used in legendary crafting via the Eternity Cache.
20
We're
minutes.
also adding the ability to
20
re-roll the
minutes.
legendary potential of uniques via the Farsight Turtle Woven Echo. The unique must have at least one legendary potential. Rerolling the legendary potential possesses quite a significant risk, as if the legendary potential fails to go up, it will instead go down all the way to 0. This is a worthy risk, as many times to get an upgrade, you need to have more than one legendary potential. And even in the case that it ends up going down to 0, you can then attempt to upgrade it again via the Nemesis Egg, providing multiple new chances to turn an item that might not be an upgrade into an upgrade. In the Orden's Watch Woven Echo, you can replace attributes, strength, dexterity, attunement, or intelligence, with another, as long as the affix isn't sealed. This costs 1 forging potential from the item. The tier and roll range of the replaced affix will be preserved for the new affix. In the Gauntlet of Strife Woven Echo, you'll be
What's up,
challenged by a
Frosty?
sequence of boss encounters, and by completing, you'll be rewarded with access to the Sacrificial Altar, which can be used to sacrifice a unique, legendary, Weaver's Will item or set item to re-roll the mod and implicit values of a matching item. The item being sacrificed needs to have equal or greater legendary potential or Weaver's Will. Rune of Research and Glyph of Insight have been removed and replaced by the Thaumaturgy device at the end of the Rune Prison Complex Woven Echo, where you can replace a prefix
Frosty.
with an experimental
Cha-cha-cha.
affix on
Frosty.
boots, gloves, or a belt. This makes the process of crafting experimental affixes much
Guys, the podcast starts in 18 minutes. 18 minutes.
simpler. The exiled mages you encounter will have a chance to drop this Woven Echo. We're also adding some brand new crafting materials, such as Rune of Weaving, which speeds up your Weaver's Will and Weaver's Touch item conversions. Using a Rune of Weaving will convert some Weaver's Will or Touch to add additional affixes or affix tiers, like you would gain by slaying enemies with the item equipped. Rune of Havoc, which shuffles the tiers of affixes of an exalted item. Sealed affixes are unaffected by this action. For example, you could potentially use the Rune of Havoc to change Tier 1 Strength to Tier 7 on an item that had a different affix at Tier 7 previously. Rune of Redemption, which rerolls exalted affixes to other affixes, preserving tier and roll range. Again, sealed affixes are unaffected. Another crafting update we believe you guys will be excited about is when using the Eternity Cache in Temporal Sanctum Tier 2 or above, you may now select one affix that is guaranteed to be applied to the legendary that you're about to create.
So
Season
good.
2 brings an additional challenge for players with newly
Thanks,
introduced
Necro.
champion enemies that spawn in the campaign, monolith, and dungeon. Champions are powerful versions of enemies with additional and altered abilities that spawn with 3 additional random modifiers, including 1 champion mod. They drop extra loot when killed and even have a small chance to drop much rarer loot, like a pile of unique items. Champions also always drop an item with a sealed champion affix that depends on the champion's mod. For example, a Volcano champion will always drop a belt with a Volcano champion's affix. These mods have unique affixes rarely seen elsewhere and can be very powerful when used with the correct builds. We've made many updates to both the Monolith and dungeons. Monoliths have new objectives, like slaying enemies until a cocooned item drops, which is a unique item that has a higher chance to have legendary potential when identified, or the need to seal deadly void rifts that have begun appearing in the echoes. You can now reach empowered monoliths on alts much more quickly, as we've made characters in the same environment share Monolith of Fate timeline unlocks.
You're most hyped about WASD?
We've improved arenas by having enemy waves spawn more quickly, and increased enemies' movement speed so that they don't take as long to reach you. And we've updated Echo Spire objectives.
Am I blind or the visuals look better? The visuals look better, and this video does not do them justice.
So that the spires are guarded by a
Photon, what's
mini-boss
up?
and only attack you once you've engaged the Guardian. This means that they will no longer shoot at you from all the way across the map. For dungeons, we're introducing dungeon charms, which can modify a dungeon run. We're introducing 2 charms with this patch, one of which is called a portal charm that can be used to immediately portal to the boss of a dungeon and gain a random assortment of mods that you would have gained along the way.
Spire
We've
changes
also added
so
the Black
good.
Market Key Trader to Majelka's Upper District in the Divine era, where you can exchange any 3 dungeon keys for a portal charm. In dungeons, you can now use a key to respawn either on the floor you've gotten to or at the boss, instead of needing to repeat the entire dungeon. Please, don't
Big
test
guy,
this as a
big
hardcore
guy.
character.
We've already got that.
It will
We
not
got
save
that.
you. In Season 2, the Sentinel class is receiving a ton of updates, from small adjustments to skills to fully reworking others. Paladin and Void Knight are receiving major overhauls to their mastery passive trees, and Forge Guard is receiving some additions, like a passive allowing them to wield a 2-handed weapon and a shield at the same.
For the first time in the history of Last Epoch, you will have a character with a 2-handed weapon in one hand and a shield. Forge Guard, log in.
Same time. Volatile Reversal has been completely reworked, including a brand new skill tree. By default, it is now a combo traversal skill, where the first use of the skill
Maybe
sends
delayed
you
till the
forward in time to a
17th.
location to strike enemies in an area, while the second use sends you back in time to your original location, once again striking enemies in that area. You can build for melee or spell damage, and the tree offers some great interaction with other skills like Devouring Orb. We've renamed Sigils of Hope to Symbols of Hope to free up the term for the planned skill sigil system coming later, and have updated its functionality. Symbols of Hope now automatically generate symbols for you, meaning no spending mana or stopping to cast it. Actively using the ability now consumes the symbols to grant ward and temporary damage reduction. Devouring Orb at a baseline now also deals void damage over time in an area around it, and these damaging areas can stack. Its skill tree has been updated with cool new possibilities, including a node that instantly casts it for you whenever you move. No more numlock needed, and no more getting interrupted every time it casts. Most Sentinel
No
skills
more
received a variety of
numlock
small
needed.
to moderate updates to improve their power and offer additional build options. Examples include Multi-Strike that has been given more support to deal single target damage by allowing
Fun
additional
detected?
swords
You're
to hit the same
detecting
target.
fun?
Vengeance has been updated to include conversions to both fire and void. Rive can now be converted to void. Javelin's Divine Fury and Siege Barrage nodes now work together. Hammer Throw has received buffs to non-spiraling nodes. Shield Throw no longer has a cooldown at base and has a node to allow it to bounce from the player. And Time Rot is now a viable, distinctly unique damaging ailment for Void Knights. We're also very excited to bring a new skill to Marksman, Heartseeker. Heartseeker shoots a single target arrow that seeks a nearby targeted enemy and has a chance to recurve, meaning it pierces and comes back to hit the target again. When building for Heartseeker, you'll likely want to increase the recurve chance, allowing it to pierce and hit the same enemy many times. If the target is destroyed, and Heartseeker would have recurved, it will instead seek another nearby target. Heartseeker's skill tree gives options to be converted to fire and cold, has lots of support for poison and bleed, can be used as utility to generate mana and different shrouds, and even to provide global buffs granting added throwing and spell damage. You can also remove the base functionality where
Kaiser.
Heartseeker seeks
I
a new
got it,
target
Kaiser.
after slaying the first, and instead turn those leftover recurves into puncture skill procs that fire towards nearby enemies. Heartseeker requires 30 points in the marksman tree, and Hail of Arrows has been moved to the 35-point skill unlock slot.
11 minutes.
Season 2 is bringing quite a lot of balance changes. Health builds are generally more effective as there is much more access to health modifiers across the game. Health
starting
affixes
with,
and health regeneration have been
Beastmaster.
buffed, and health granted per level has been
What's up,
increased.
Skymaster?
Ward builds
Beastmaster.
are still powerful, but outliers allowing for massive ward generation have been rebalanced. In general, many skills have received buffs, as our goal is to make many more builds viable for in-game content, and previous meta builds that were overperforming have been brought in line. Skills such as Black Hole, Elemental Nova, Tornado, Flurry, and Shurikens have had their damage effectiveness increased. We expect there to be a lot of
Podcast
new builds that players
in
are
10
excited
minutes.
to try out in Season 2. Idle enchantments and new non-class specific Weaver idols will also raise the power level floor for all builds. Many unique items have received a pass to help make them more useful. For example, Eye of Ring can once again be used with Warpath and other skills which hit with indirect attacks. Boulder's Wrath can proc Earthquake twice as much as before, and Stormbreaker can now gain Storm stacks instead of a small chance to cast Lightning Strike. We've also applied some quality of life updates to multiple skills, like Warcry's Berserk lasting 50% longer. Dreadshade no longer has a duration. You can hold 3 black arrows from Dark Quiver at once.
Yes.
And we've increased the amount of shortcutting you can do
You
with
should be a
movement
little bit
skills
excited
by
about the
increasing the distance
podcast.
you can
I'm
travel
pooping my
with the
pants.
overgaps. Loot
Yeah.
wizards will spawn a bit less baseline in Season 2, but there will be more scenarios where you'll be excited to find them, and you can also increase their spawn rate via the Weaver tree. In Season 2, we're introducing 25 new unique items. This includes 8 new Weaver's Will uniques and 4 early backer uniques. About half of these are tied to new tombs, cemeteries, and woven echo bosses, while the other half expand on the overarching drop pool. And there are plenty of additional improvements coming with Season 2 to be excited about. You can now respec your mastery for gold in the end of time. The cost of respecializing your mastery is a lot cheaper in the lower to mid levels, so it's easier to experiment, but it increases as your character level goes up. We're introducing a beta version of
Love shrimp.
WASD movement. You can access this via the settings gameplay menu. We'll be monitoring player feedback on this implementation, and we're excited to hear your feedback. We have updated the inventory to have tabs to separate out keys and the new woven echoes. And we've also introduced automatic storing as an option that will be on by default, so that when you pick up
Very
crafting items
nice.
like shards, they will immediately go to your crafting materials panel. Both of these updates make inventory management much nicer and needing to be dealt with much less frequently. For Gamepad, we have completely
It's Hog, baby. What's up, Hog? Thanks for the raid, sir. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Podcast kicks off. Town Portal podcast. Me and Frosty LaRue will be welcoming Judd, Ross, Mike, and Carve very shortly. We will also be doing a giveaway at the end of the podcast. As long as you're following the channel on Twitch or subbed on YouTube, we're going to give away a couple of copies of Last Epoch.
reworked skill targeting, which improves every single skill
Better
and
not mess
skill
it up.
mutation,
I'll try my
making
best.
targeting and using abilities more intuitive and responsive. We can also now make updates to individual skills targeting much more easily, so we'll be looking for your feedback and improving these even further.
I saw a
There are a
golem.
ton of additional updates and fixes in Season 2, and we invite you to read the full patch notes on our forum. Along with all these incredible updates coming in Season 2, we're excited to announce a new batch of supporter packs known as...
Okay, I have to pause this right here because everybody doesn't believe me. EHG is giving away, that's silly. EHG is selling the Woven Legend, Woven Vanquisher, Woven Templar, and Woven Traveler. You can get all 4 supporter packs with $30 of in-game currency for $60. So if you want all of them, Woven Legend gives you all of them and $30 in in-game currency. Total $60. Now I know $60 is like, is that cheap? when you look at the competitors in this space, the highest end supporter pack, it's very cheap.
The Woven series. Each of
Take
these
my
4
money, I'm
supporter
all
packs
in.
offers new and unique ways to customize your appearance, and the team has cooked up some
Can I
pretty
pay
amazing
500 if
offerings.
I want?
Starting with the Woven Traveler pack. We really wanted our entry-level pack to have some pretty awesome stuff. And what better way to travel through Atera than with your own capybara pet?
It says, if you look at actually to go look at the packs, it says they're available on the 17th.
That's right, it wasn't an April Fool's joke after all. You will also score 2 new weapon cosmetics, a backslot cosmetic, and all new color arrangements for your evade skill. That's right, with Season 2, we've implemented skill cosmetics, and you'll find many more in the in-game store. The Woven Templar is the next tier in the Woven series and brings some serious heat. To start, you get all of the cosmetics from the Woven Traveler, and then, to kick off the Templar pack, we start with a full cosmetic armor set known as the Bronze Scale Plate. But the fire doesn't stop there. You're also getting Yoshok's Destroyer, a massive 2-handed hammer cosmetic, a new portal skin, another fiery evade cosmetic, and the first look at the Fire Footprint cosmetic, and an additional 100 Epoch points to use in the in-game cosmetic shop. Up next, and second tier in the Woven series, is the Woven Vanquisher Supporter Pack, and this pack is charged and ready. As with the previous tiers, the Woven Vanquisher Supporter Pack also includes all cosmetic items from the Woven Templar and Woven Traveler packs. Kicking off the Woven Vanquishers pack, players will harness the power of the Storm with the Thunderfang cosmetic armor set. You'll also receive the Tempest Gate Portal, Storm Drake Wings back attachment, Storm Dragon Staff, Storm Walker Evade effect, and Lightning Footprints. And finally, if you're looking to get everything the Woven series of supporter packs has to offer, then the top tier Woven Legends supporter pack is the one for you. Harnessing the visual prowess of the Weaver herself, don the Shroud of Woven Disciple cosmetic armor set. Be sure to bring along your faithful companion,
Give me
the
the
Thread
packs
Strider
now!
pet.
Dummy
You will also
says.
receive 4 unique evade cosmetics and the Weaver Footprints visual effect. The Woven Legends supporter pack also includes all of the cosmetic offerings from the Woven Vanquisher, Woven Templar, and Woven Traveler supporter packs. This really is the Get Everything pack.
For $60.
We're also adding many more items you can purchase with Epoch points in the store, including those awesome new skill cosmetic effects. We sincerely appreciate your support and hope you enjoy Last Epoch Season 2. Thank you for your patience, as this one took a bit longer to get out, but we hope that the wait was worth it, and we'll aim to be delivering seasonal patches more quickly going forward. Thank you for your support, and we'll see you in Atera for the launch of Tombs of the Erased on April 17th.
Booyah! All right, there we go. Okay, everybody, EHG has sent me 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional clips that I'm going to be able to show off. In case you are curious, they have already sent me 22 clips, which means I'm now going to have 27 additional things to show off. All right. So you got to give me a second. I got to download this. It'll only take me a second. 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, it took longer than a second. That didn't take that long. All right. 1 minute. No, it wasn't that long. All right, let's get these. Let's call them in, check some cameras, and see how we are. 1 minute. It was less than a minute. It was for sure less than a minute. Start voice call. All right.
Test, test, test.
Hello, I hear you.
Hello.
I can't hear anything. Let's see.
I haven't switched the screen on yet. Let's see if we get the cameras in.
Oh.
Oh my god. Okay.
Mike, I like your shirt. Look at that.
Professional though.
There we go. There we go.
All right,
Mike got
virtual.
170 buttons unbuttoned.
Okay, virtual cameras
There we
good.
go.
Mike's good. Frosty good. Carve's good. Judd, Ross.
Working on it. Here we go.
Oh my gosh, I think I might have actually did this correctly. Hold on 1 second. All right, let's test the scene. Judd, Ross, Carve, Mike, Aaron, Frosty. Holy crap, I actually guessed it right. I can't believe it. Okay, so before we actually start, we're going to do audio check. Everybody, we weren't able to do a dry run of this. So we are going to start with each person from EHG talking about their morning routine, starting with Judd. Judd, what's your morning
Ooh.
routine?
Morning routine. Usually I get up and I read the news. I have this this one little news digest that comes to me called the Morning Brew that I read every morning. I do that and then I go to Slack. We see if everything is going well within the studio. Take my daughter to school. My oldest daughter's 15 now. My youngest is 2. Yeah.
Okay.
You still
Chat.
checking?
No, your audio is good. Chat is just saying
Okay,
that
great.
there is an echo. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Pat is yelling about Echo.
What do you
It's,
mean? Nobody's yelling about echo. Hold on a second.
I see some caps locking.
No, I don't see anything like that. 1 second.
Testing for echoes.
All right. Better?
Test.
No?
Ollie says it's still echoing. Is it on my side? Somebody else talk and see if there's an echo.
There shouldn't be
It
any double
sounds-
sources. Hold on a second.
It sounds totally fine in the call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
it does. There's no problems. in
Okay.
Discord.
Okay.
All right. Hold on a second. Gosh, guys, drive me crazy. All right. Let's do this. Kill.
Apparently the Echo is not specific to Judd.
I got it, I think.
Yeah, you're listening something. I'm assuming you're using OBS. You're probably just listening to the stuff twice there somewhere.
The nature camera. It's not the nature camera. Carve is still echoing. What about now?
You already say something. See
So
if you're
when I
echoing.
wake up to alarm, I usually sleep past it because I put it at like 9 a.m. but, like,
Ellie is delayed again.
Or yeah, still like okay.
What in the world? Hold on.
Carve's alarm clock that does that whenever we have delays. It's Carve's alarm clock.
Must be OBS.
Oh yes, of course.
Why would there be an echo on there?
The
All
painting's
except
not
Aaron
skewed,
is
it's like-
echoing. It's got to be Discord. It's got to be something
Yeah.
in Discord.
Kind of nice though, since like if I sleep after 9 a.m. to like 10 or 11, it doesn't really matter too much because the workday usually starts like 6 p.m. for my time. So
Test
I
input.
got some leeway there.
It's true. Quite a lot.
I could switch this to headset. I knew we should have tested this beforehand.
It echoed during the patch notes also. It's unbearable. All right, hold on, guys. Okay, hold on. I'm going to kill the scene. 1 second, guys. It's not that bad. No. It's for sure. We definitely do not want an echo. Hold on a second. Let me go to the second scene. More ads. Okay, this was the scene. Hold on, guys. There's an echo here, right?
Filters are used to place the Weaver's constructed realities into the echo web, which take form as and are called woven echoes.
Okay, so this scene also has it without Discord. All right. So that means there's something in there. Double scene. I have literally... Let's take off the headset. So the Town Portal podcast normally has no echo. Switch to that. This is what I was literally saying it before stream. We're doing it live because we didn't get a chance to set it up. I blame Windows 8 or Windows 11. No, it's not Windows' fault. I said we're monitoring 6 cameras with 6 audio sources. Okay, so right now when I talk, it is echoing. Is that correct? Right now when I talk, it's echoing? No. Okay, so it's only when I play a video.
Woven echoes are a new special itemized type of echoes, glimpses into the Weaver's new...
Yes, okay. So it's the game source. We'll get it. Just give me a second. Well, can't say that I don't feel embarrassed. It's a freaking nightmare. Add. Game. Okay.
World that introduce a lot of exciting new content and rewards to Last Epoch's
No, I'm not rebooting it.
endgame. These...
Still? Okay. Okay, so I'm checking why would this scene
drop from enemies within tombs and cemeteries and can be purchased from the Woven faction NPC, Mask. Woven Echoes will provide new challenges and objectives, such as access to brand new bosses like the Draw Queen and Ignixaros the Antipode Dragon, or enhanced versions of existing bosses like Majasa with new abilities, and even an Uber version of the Pinnacle boss Aberoth.
Wait, you're saying there's now an echo on the main scene? We just watched this video. Turn the volume down.
Introduced in Season 1. But beware, defeating Uber Aberoth is only accomplishable by the most skilled players and powerful characters in Eterra. There are many powerful rewards tied to Woven Echoes, such as unique...
It sounds bad. Well, at least there's a lot of people watching a train wreck. Global settings or speakers. That is fine. This, you think it's... Oh, no way. Do you really think it is? Oh, it's brutal. I don't want to reboot Streamlabs. Oh, no. Oh, no. Sourcing 2 audios? No, it shouldn't be sourcing 2 audios. There's only one. Just hurry up and do it. Oh. All right, I'm going to give away extra copies of Last Epoch at the end of the stream. All right, ending the stream. Oh, how brutal. I just feel so sad. All right, we will fix it and reboot. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. Uninstall PO2. Stop it. Stop it.